I'm Chris McDonough, a retired homicide detective. I've interviewed thousands of people, from serial killers to ministers. Welcome to the interview room. Aloha. Good evening. Welcome, everybody, to the interview room on a Sunday night. I hope you had a great day. You're able to spend some time with your family and friends, and hopefully, nobody has any serious illnesses in your family, and that you yourself are doing well. Grateful that everybody is here this evening. We've got a lot to talk about. I'm going to break down, from my perspective, the conversation I had on the porch with Karen, who was obviously running the camera that day. And I've got a lot of insight, a lot of things that I'm still questioning, things that I think are need to be answered. But So we're going to get into that in a little bit. But before that, as is my tradition, I thank our mods first for always being here. Miss Sophia, Maui girl, Mimi J2, Stephanie H, and Sophie H. Or Stephanie Erb and Sophie H. And without these women running the back of the house here, quite frankly, in all candor, I don't think we would be as successful as we are today. So, if you're just joining with us, please continue to always be classy here in the chat. It's okay to have an opinion. It's not okay to be mean to somebody who may not necessarily agree with you. And quite frankly, my mods from our team here are the first ones that get that respect first. Okay, so as we like to say, we like to keep it classy, and we want to have a conversation that's not driven by drama or innuendo or he said, she said, or we want to keep it factual in nature for the obvious reasons. This is about Summer Wells. It's not about me. It's not about this channel. It is about this little girl who is missing. And what we're trying to do is make sense from information that we've gathered to help maybe bring her home for the authorities, or at least give them a clarity of focus. I will let you know up front all of the information that I have, been privy to. I have uploaded on a link provided by Tennessee Bureau of Investigations after I asked them for it. They did. I was not an agent, still not an agent for TBI, or FBI, or Hawkins County Sheriff's Office in any way, shape, or form. I am the Director of Law Enforcement Relationships and Strategy for the Cold Case Foundation. And so I've been in this business over 40 years. Getting close to 40 here. But so I have some strategic understanding of how these things work. I currently have testify as an expert witness in homicide investigations, specifically children. That was my background and my experience. And if you need more about me, my bio is up in our page at the top. So you can take a look at it there. So we cannot do this without our members here on YouTube and our subscribers. You folks are the gas that drives this engine. So we can't thank you enough. And we most recently opened up a Patreon for you folks who wanted a little more information. And for you, we are so grateful, and we're going to have some really neat things going on over there as well. That said, as we go along here, I'm going to try to, catch your chats and everything like that, and we'll go over them towards the end. But I really want to stay laser focused on, how this whole thing's set up. Okay. First of all, remember the only way I got involved in this is I was out in West Tennessee helping with Frances Gaines, whose son Brian McKenzie had gone missing. I had made contact. She had made contact with me, and we asked if I would help. I got the Cold Case Foundation involved, and I was out in West Tennessee meeting with her when another individual sent me some information about Summer's case. This was about a month into that investigation. I stayed out of it in every way, shape, or form. And what I thought we would do, when I counseled with some folks, we would run kind of parallel, but not interchange or connect anything unless it was critical to the investigation, and then that I would, drop that stuff out from the public view. And this is one of those videos that I edited early on because I felt at the time as there was some information that was provided, primarily, some names as well as some other stuff that I don't think a lot of people have caught yet, but I'm going to clarify some of those things tonight that would kind of keep a focus on Summer from an investigative perspective, not from an entertainment perspective. So I wanted to make sure that the authorities were comfortable. I have enough experience to know what would work, what wouldn't work. And so I held this video for almost 5 months. And, I see some things that have been moving recently. And I felt, from an investigative strategy, that this was the time to start letting loose some additional information that I think would potentially help. Who has taken Summer? We'll get into that later. Who hasn't taken Summer? What are some of the theories that have floated around now for 5 months? I'm hoping to, tap on a little of that. And just up front, also, before I get into the video here, and I'm going to do a start and stop in the video. So as we get through, certain portions, I'm going to try to clarify from my perspective what was going on there. And then at the end of this, Josh reached out over at the lab. He's invited me to go over there after the end of this. He's got some things, I guess, that he's curious about on a call that we had a couple of weeks, almost 2 or 3 weeks ago, I guess, with one of the other individuals involved in Summer's case. Okay, so no further ado, let me set this up in relationship to how did I end up again on that porch with Allie, with Grandma, and with Miss Leslie. I drove up to the property, was in the truck, and Allie came out to the truck window after I introduced myself, and I said, Miss Allie, and she said yes, and I said, hey, my name is Chris McDonough. I'm a retired homicide investigator. I'm down here to try to get some information about Summer and see if I can add any value from her perspective and or the investigation's perspective, not investigating, okay, but trying to really help find this little baby. And I said, I understand you know the family. I understand your son may know some information about this. Would it be okay if we sat down on your porch and we discussed this? She, initially was a little hesitant, but I guess, she felt comfortable and said, yes, of course, come on up onto the porch. So while we were getting the camera set up, I told her, look, I have a YouTube channel called The Interview Room. I work with the Cold Case Foundation, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, I think I can maybe get some insight here that would help me as well as others draw a little more perspective in relationship to where this little girl was. Now, remember, Summer had been missing approximately almost 3 weeks by this time. So I'm there around July 20th. And this takes place on the 21st of July is when this interview transpired. And so I didn't know them. They didn't know me. I didn't know Candace. I didn't know Don. I didn't know any of these people, Robin, et cetera. These folks were the very first people that I sat down with in relationship to this caper. So with that, I think sitting on the porch, Grandma was probably the most suspicious. And I think, initially, a close second was Miss Leslie. Miss Leslie is a very nice person, as is Grandma, as is Allie. What their involvement is outside of the conversations that I've had with them, the authorities are going to make all of those calls as that's their responsibility. It's not mine. I will give you some insight as we get into this again that I think will make all of us, it may help answer some of your questions. It may make it a little more, suspicious. I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping that, we can connect some of the dots as we go here and, have a good conversation this evening about it because there's a lot more coming that I have held, but the timing is not correct. But this evening, the timing is correct. So with that, without any further ado, let's get into this, as they say. This interview was conducted in, quite frankly, in 100% understanding of who's doing what and why. So there was no hidden agenda here, and everybody. What's your name, your cat?
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon. All right, I was just testing you. You already told me that.
Yeah.
As you can hear there right from the get-go, I had already had a conversation with Hunter. Okay? It was a brief conversation. This is where we worked out the details in relationship to me not wanting to expose him potentially to any, criticism, ridicule, or anything like that because, of his age. And Mom and the rest of the family, or at least, his grandmother, had all agreed that that was a good idea. But ultimately, later on, just before I was going to interview him, he and his mom had, somewhat of a little conversation together about him wanting to put it out there. So, being an investigator, you're not going to, want to stop anything that you feel could be valuable or they feel could be valuable. So I let them work it out. And that's where Mom and he had come to the, some agreements that would happen. So you hear me say off camera, because we were setting up before this, and I asked them if everybody was comfortable, if everything was okay. And of course, you'll hear even in this, when I get to the second half, when I actually sit down with him, the first person I interviewed was the first three people are these three individuals sitting at the table. So everybody was aware 1,000% of what was taking place. And if you listen to what I just said, I said, I was just testing you. I already asked you that. So what I was saying there off camera, okay, is we'd already had a conversation, and then Karen turns the camera on. So it was kind of chit chat, just short conversation. If you look at Mom, how she looks over at Hunter off camera.
You passed. All right, so we're going to record it. You okay with that? You okay with that? Grandma? Mm-hmm. Okay. Great grandma. Hopefully the.
Oh, and one other thing as we get going here, none of us sometimes can, understand why certain people, look a certain way or do a certain thing. I mean, so let's be really considerate to, our folks here, and just because they look different than you or I think we can all agree, at least in this conversation tonight, we can be kind. So if I could ask you that would be wonderful from my perspective. And I know certainly we don't want to, be mean or critical of others.
Audio, is it turned on, the audio?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's, I kind of want to start from what you remember about that day. And I'll start first over here, Allison, because you, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay.
Okay, one of the first things you're going to notice is, I've just been trained, for perception, right? Remember, law enforcement are trained observers. That's what they do, right? And they see things. Cops see things, and investigators, firefighters, nurses, doctors, anybody around, and quite frankly, even people, the clerks at Walmart, recognize certain things about what we call DLR, right? Does not look right. Okay. Well, the first DLR sign and signature that I had, and that's what I call them, right from the get-go, was Candace pointing to Allie. And let me show you how subtle that was real fast. I'm going to go back for just a second. Okay, watch Candace.
Over here, Allison,
Right.
Because.
Did you see that? Okay. For me, right from the get-go, okay, that was a huge red flag. Okay. Whenever you see that happening, it's almost like, somebody has brought, somebody with grandma sitting there. It's almost like somebody has brought in, a friend of theirs to a conversation where you're as deep as this is, i.e. a missing child. And what we used to call that is sod, some other dude. Okay. You would get folks who you're looking at, you want to interview them at length, in depth, and they show up at the PD. Okay. They show up at the PD with a friend. Okay. And you may have them in the interview, going down a certain path, getting to a certain place. And out of the blue, they'll say, well, if you don't believe me, ask, Hank in the lobby. He'll tell you where I was, how I got there, etc. Okay. Now, I mentioned that tonight because I think, and we'll get into it later on, we're seeing some of that behavior for individuals that have not produced themselves to say it about themselves. And we saw a gap in between the last interview with Candace. I saw a gap between the last interview with Candace and the phone call that Don made to me. And that's, will be the next one that I'm going to break down with the house and the water hole with Candace, and not grandma, with Candace. Okay, so that was the first red flag. I want to point that out up front because I want you to pay attention in relationship to how I'm constantly looking left, right, left, and I'm watching the body language. I'm looking at their eyes. I'm looking at how they position themselves, how they lean forward, how, they do this. And some of those cues, somebody sitting like this is obviously closed off. They don't want to talk. But we're going to see all of this behavior start to display itself through this interview.
You, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay, you and Candace have been friends for about a year and a half, maybe?
About a year and a half.
Okay. And this is right after you relocated here from New York. Okay. So
No, it's been a few years after we've been here from New York for about about 10 years now.
Okay, so what are you noticing there, right? Again, I mentioned right up front, the first red flag is now the second red flag for me, and we're not even 5 minutes into this interview, okay, is a repositioning, okay, a turn, full body turn, and grandma starts adding some of the narrative for Allison, okay, Allie. I'm going to call her Allie, okay. Now that could be a couple of things, right? For me, I was, kind of thinking through this, and when it first happened was, okay, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt right now because I'm not exactly sure where this conversation's going to go yet, okay? And so just like every investigator should, and they do, hopefully, is they, you want to stay in the middle. You don't want to, kind of go down, a certain theory, a certain hole, a rabbit hole. You just don't want to kick the leaves and discover that there's, a gigantic, snake underneath them. Okay. So you let the leaves move themselves as an analogy. And that's what I wanted to do right up front here. Okay. And so let me move through here.
Okay. In that time, help me understand what the dynamics of that relationship between you guys.
Sherry.
My mother started the friendship. She had met Candace and the kids and her mom down here at the Santa train.
And you have a good Irish name.
Thank you.
I'm McDonough, so Clado ring.
They had met Candace down at the Santa train.
Okay.
And then she slowly introduced Candace to us and her mother.
Okay. So that you're...
Now, for me, that wasn't very suspicious because grandma was acknowledging that, yes, okay, you've actually got that narrative right. Okay. Because what she's saying is she was the first one to meet. Okay. And that introduction came later to Allie. Okay. And yes, that is Hunter's great grandmother. Thank you. Anyway, grandma, we'll figure that I don't want to be wrong from the chat here. So I'm just focusing on what I know. Okay. So from there, you see her, kind of start right away. What you can't tell is out of my left eye, I'm watching her while looking, okay, at Allie, because I'm watching to see if this conversation, who's going to try to drive it. And so I want to make sure that, we are able, to have information flowing that maybe will not be deceptive in nature.
Introduction to Candace was through your mom.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your first impression? You're next. I see you're begging to jump in here, Allison. I love it already.
No, Leslie.
Leslie, I was just testing her. Okay. You passed too. So what was that? What was your first impression?
Someone that was looking for a friendship. Nice,
Yep. A good person?
Yeah.
Just out looking for a friend? Okay. And over time, how did that friendship evolve?
We got close. She was like a sister to me. And those kids meant the world to me. Little Summer still does. Even the boys. It just kills me that she's gone. And, you know, starts.
Now, this is important. It's critical because Summer has been missing for a couple of weeks, three weeks, just under 4 weeks by this point. And Allie is already saying there's something there. Okay. Now, what she's really saying, in my opinion, is I know a lot. Okay. And it's so from there, I had to find out what her foundation was in relationship to the friendship she had with Candace. And so she lays it out, first of all, as, well, we met, blah, blah, blah. And you can hear it. You can go back and listen to it later. But I presented the idea was, well, she's a good person. Okay? And she immediately presented a narrative about what she feels now about this entire scenario. And what's interesting is that is she started that way in this conversation. This was the first person that had talked to her since Summer had gone missing outside of law enforcement in relationship to really sitting down and driving into what could have happened. So she presents right up front, things just don't look right in this scenario. Okay. So let's move on. All right. I don't know what happened there. I hit the wrong button. Apologize for that. So let me get it back. You still with me? All right, let's go forward.
Here before all this.
So you've known Candace longer?
No.
No, I met Candace on her birthday. See, me and her worked together.
Okay.
So I came over for her birthday party. And they had a swimming pool up out back. As a little swimming pool. And her kids and Candace's kids was playing in the pool.
Okay, and again, now we start going around the room here. I go around the room and I ask, so what about you? And we get to Miss Leslie here. Now, Miss Leslie had introduced herself as being a former nurse. Okay, so she presents the scenario under that type of career understanding. And so she presents this idea that the boys were out playing. It was really, really hot. And, she saw Candace, basically, put the kids down on the hot pavement because, they had done something inappropriate. And, Miss Leslie said that she observed and witnessed the whole thing, as did Allie, as did Grandma. And this is what they use as a baseline to tell me about why Candace could have hurt Summer.
And some of the kids had got out and was eating a snack while we was cooking hamburgers and stuff. And two of her boys was in the pool and they was horse playing. And this really, what she done really got to me.
Okay.
I mean, they're kids, they're going to play in the pool.
Right.
They're going to get rough. They're boys.
Right.
And because they got rough, horseplaying in the pool. She made them get out. And back here behind the house, there's a driveway. And she made the two boys get out of the pool, wet, and lay down, stomach down, on blacktop.
It was hot.
Okay, what did you just hear there? Right? You heard Grandma lean into me and say it was hot. Okay, so that messaging for her was pretty clear. Okay, that this incident was not only disturbing to Leslie, but it was disturbing to Grandma as well. At this point, not knowing who everybody was back then, I had no reason to disbelieve the information that's being presented. All right. I didn't, I had no reason not to believe that Miss Leslie didn't have some medical skills, et cetera. Okay. That aside, what I think she was genuinely showing was her concern for the children. And in fact, she qualifies it by saying, this really bothered me. Okay? And she's the one that's laying out the story here. Now, whether there's abuse there at that point or whatever, I mean, remember, this is 5 months ago. Okay? This is the first time I've ever met these children. And that's why this is so critical, because if there are other, situations that have been discovered, that's why I am playing this video 5 months later and breaking it down. Okay, because now we can look back and say, okay, what do we know in the past 5 months? Okay, and that's how you conduct a proper investigation. You don't jump into, the circle of fire without knowing there's actually a fire. Okay, well, today I think we can all agree there is a fire. And when we watch this now in retrospect, we can also see why there's a fire. Okay. So that is an investigative, technique that you want to always maintain, is your objectivity going into this, right? And we'll get into the why now in a little bit here.
Really hot out.
That left an impression with you.
It left an impression so bad. I looked at her and Allison's mom, Sherry. I said, I do not like this bitch. Straight up. Mm-hmm. And I told Allison, I said, this swimming pool is going down. I said, those kids did not deserve that. Mm-hmm. I walked out, picked a swimming pool up and dumped it. Turned around and walked back in the house. I did not want to be around her the rest of the evening. I didn't, because if I would have been, honestly, I would have went to jail.
Right.
And you want to ask me how I felt about that? That is abuse. Those children could have got seriously burnt.
Right. No, I agree. That if that ground is just unbelievably hot.
And with them being wet.
Right. Yeah, it's just like oil and water and grease. It just fries them up. How did she react?
She just laughed.
She doesn't care.
She doesn't care.
She doesn't care.
Her and her mom both just laughed.
Okay, so you'll notice I leaned back and I gave her an out. In interviewing 101, if you're going to get to potentially, some incriminating information from the secret life, you have to let the public persona present itself. So she tells me something that is seen in public, but she also qualifies that with, this is a really bad person. Okay? That's basically what she said. I think we can all agree with that, right? And so I then, leaned back and I said to her, well, and I gave her an out. Okay? I wanted to see if that was going to change the dynamics of this four-way conversation here. And you'll notice that Allie jumped right on the moment.
Well, that certainly has left an impression on you, Leslie.
Yes, it does. I don't like her. I have nothing for her.
Right.
And I told that one right there when we was at work.
Right.
Every day she was off work, she was at Walmart spending money for them.
Okay.
Every day.
For the children. I know what you mean by for them, for the children, am I right? Me helping the kids move forward.
For me, those kids, all they would eat is dollar pizzas.
How do they have the cars that they drive? That kind of stuff.
The ones that are on the property, see, I only knew that, at first when I first met them, I only knew that Candace had a green Suburban. Donnie had a black truck, which Candace had sold when she came back from her trip from Wisconsin. She sold her husband's truck because he took his white truck with him to Utah.
Okay.
And there's other trucks on the property too that were not sold yet. There was a blue one that used to sit as you came out her front door. It used to sit right there in the yard.
Okay.
Next to the tree where the swing was.
Okay.
That's been moved over by the mother's trailer.
Since the incident?
Get it right, the mother's camper.
Well, the mother's camper, I call it trailer. But from what I've seen in the pictures, it's been moved over by the camper.
No,
But it didn't have any wheels.
It didn't have no wheels, no insides. It didn't even have an engine.
So let's talk about.
Okay, so, they talk about the truck, right? The blue truck, no wheels, it being moved from what she saw in the picture. So she's obviously, her reference point at that time was there had to be some information floating out there that showed that vehicle. And now that has led 5 months later into maybe she's buried underneath the truck, et cetera. Okay. Now, I want to just, again, refocus all of us so that remember, we're dealing with 3 weeks since she's been gone. So in Allison's mind, there was something that she wanted to project in relationship to that truck. Whether there's any validity into that, I think even at this point, I think we keep an open mind, but we don't go down, rabbit holes that say, yeah, this is it, this is it. Well, we don't know right now. We just don't know right now. But it's interesting that she did bring it up pretty quickly in the beginning. And then Miss Leslie either A, wants to reroute the conversation because she takes us now into the idea that, no, there are bigger problems here. Tell them about the Walmart situation, right? Whether she was a nurse or is a nurse or whatever from Miss Leslie, at this juncture, remember, let's go back. It's easy to say it now, but 5 months ago, it's much more difficult to say it because nobody knew, none of us knew what her background was at that point, other than TBI, the FBI, and Hawkins County Sheriff's Department at that point. So let's keep that in mind, okay, guys?
The day.
House was filthy.
Yes.
You tell her that. You tell her
The
that.
house was nasty.
I didn't go up there because I didn't like her.
Just
So
send me
I
a
always
text
stay
on
here.
what you want.
What's your impression of Dawn?
Yeah.
He seemed like an outgoing guy at first. He has his
I'm
problems.
positive.
Like we all do,
Yep.
right?
I
He
did not
loved-
know him.
He loved Summer to death.
Yeah,
That was his pride and joy.
yeah.
Did you catch that? She didn't know him. And I'm thinking, yeah, right. Okay. So, again, that was, that started whatever it was 15 minutes earlier that, okay, I'm going to pay attention to this.
That was his pride and joy.
Is he still around? There's a rumor that he's kind of evaporated. Is that true? If you know?
The last time I knew he was around.
Okay. And of course, you know how things are. People don't know unless they're here, right?
But
He's been acting a little loony on Facebook lately,
Yeah. Oh, boy.
and on the his interviews on TV.
Right.
Like, first he started saying stuff about God and how he wanted the people that stole his daughter punished by cruel means, and then he went to saying something about Jezebel, and now everyone has to answer to the prophet. Like, weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he has really hurt this family.
By throwing me and my son under the bus. Oh.
Well, you know, people do different things. Penny, for your thoughts, Leslie, where are you at?
Honestly, I think Candace done something to her. Because Candace was jealous of that little baby.
Why though?
Okay, so I ask about Dawn, and Leslie thinks for a moment. What you can't see off camera, but she's leaning back, and then she's going to make a point, and she says, honestly, and leans forward, puts her hand on the table, and starts tapping on the table, and says, "I think Candace did something."
Why would
Because that baby was getting Donnie's attention.
Oh, okay. So it's a pull between dad or the child.
See, and a little
Is
dark,
that right? Is that what you're saying?
and a little dark secret that no one knows. Candace's mom told me this one. When they found out that they were pregnant with Summer, Candace's mom was supposed to adopt Summer
Because she was a girl.
because she was a girl.
Oh,
They
interesting.
wanted boys. She wanted boys. But Donnie,
Wanted a girl,
yeah.
and he got his girl. So let's.
Honestly, I don't feel that Donnie has anything to do with it. I may be wrong.
Was he at work that day?
See, I think, you know, she was testing me, and you'll notice I didn't respond because I didn't know him at this point. Okay. I'm just trying to gather facts in relationship to, okay, what will we hear down the road, i.e. 5 months later? Okay. Within a week, I knew a lot about him. Okay. And we'll get into that on the next breakdown with Candace. Okay. But we have Miss Leslie here, you know, in her opinion, at this point, 5 months in, or 5 months ago, again, I keep reiterating that for a reason, okay? Because we're towards the end of the video when we're talking about Hunter, it's going to be crucial. Okay? Back then, she wasn't sure, is basically what she's saying. 8 months.
Do you know?
We don't know for sure.
Okay. Does anybody know for sure? Who would I talk to that would know that?
Probably the TBI.
Yeah, I don't want to go to TBI right now. They're doing their own thing, and I don't want to get involved in that piece of it. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, I don't want to jeopardize any type of information they may have, or you know, that kind of stuff.
When she would have Summer, even here, and if I was here, I would keep my distance. Because I didn't like the way she done her kids.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's like, call DCS, call DCS. DCS has been called so many times on this woman, it's not even funny. So what the Facebook people don't realize.
And I think we've all come to understand that's a true statement. So, you know, initially hearing this, okay, that, you know, CPS has been called multiple times. I mean, I think even one of the theories that people have floated around today is the fact that, you know, they knew that the child services was coming to the house. And one of the theories, obviously, that's been, you know, floating around the internet anyway, is that they were getting rid of Summer prior to that happening. And so even she was qualifying right up front that, look, you know, there's problems in River City here, and anybody can see it. So, you know, it's amazing how, you know, people early on had their own gut feelings, probably because there's a lot more information that she was holding back at the table. And that's why I was listening intently to how not only she was presenting it, but what exactly was she saying. And I've probably watched this video 100 times.
There has been people try to step in.
No.
She avoids them.
Sure,
Like
sure.
the plague.
Okay, okay.
She would see them pull in her driveway. She would lock the door and not let them in.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, Moonlight. I just looked over there for a second. We don't know if, she didn't tell me anyway. She was there when TBI and FBI were interviewing people, but she didn't say she was one of them. So we don't know what she said initially to the authorities. We definitely know that the authorities had already come back 3 separate times to interview Hunter, and that all 3 of these women were there during those interviews. Okay, so let's keep that in mind as we move forward.
So they're,
I mean, what are
And
we
they would make
supposed to do?
appointments with
yeah,
them
right, I get it.
to come back and do their house check and, you know, the pee test, and they would avoid them.
So I have a question for you. That day, walk me through what you remember.
I remember her showing up that morning
And what time was that?
about 10, between 10 and 10:30.
All right.
She asked if Hunter could go fishing with her in summer because her mother was in the emergency room because of her knee.
Okay.
Because I guess a couple weeks back, I took her a trip to Gatlinburg and the boys were kicking the grandmother in the knee.
Oh my.
She
No.
didn't have the boy.
Okay, so this is the qualifying statement in relationship to grandma having a bum knee. And this is their narrative in relationship how that happened. Okay? Their narrative is that grandma, Candace's mom, got injured by the boys while on a trip in Gatlinburg, and that the boys had kicked her. Okay, at this point, whatever it was, 7 months ago. Let's see here, July, August, September, 6 months ago. At this point, the idea, okay, is presented, okay, and then look at grandma in this video re-emphasizing that narrative.
With them that day.
She didn't have any of the boys.
So it was just Summer and Candace
And then
and Grandma.
Yep.
Was Grandma in the truck as well, or in the vehicle?
Not when they first picked Hunter up, no.
Okay. So she comes
She was
over.
at the hospital.
Okay. So she comes over. What vehicle is she driving?
She was driving her mom's Silverado.
Okay, that's what I remember you saying. That's why I said truck. Okay, so she pulls up, and does she stop where? Right about,
Here.
right out front.
Between the pole and my mailbox
Okay.
to pick Hunter up.
All right.
Came in, she goes, "Can Hunter go fishing with me for a little while?" I said, "Sure."
Did she text you before?
No, she just
She
showed
just
up.
showed up.
Yep.
How did that strike you?
She was always trying to show up and talk to me. She was the first, when me and her stopped talking, she was stopping by my mom's, talking to the kids, talking to my mom, unexpectedly, And, I didn't think anything of it at that time. I'm like, okay, yeah, Hunter can go fishing. He loves Summer to death. That's like his little sister.
They're buds.
Yep. She's like a daughter to me. And, I didn't hear from him for a while. She dropped Hunter off between 2 and 2:30.
Okay, so I want to point something out real fast. There's a lot of red flags going out here. Okay, so let's throw the red flags up in this chat, because this is when it starts getting interesting, because what we wanted to talk about is, tell me about that day. Okay. And now we start hearing the first timeline. We start hearing that Candace called her. She just showed up. So we now start seeing, the big story potentially starting to create itself here, right? Which, could be as a result of additional knowledge known. And, at this point, again, I don't know what's going on at this point. I'm listening for the very first time, like others, what could be the narrative here? What could be the, what's going on here, right? So again, right from the get-go, I understood completely. It's almost like, working when I was, working in California, we had a lot of volume. And it almost felt like right from the start of this situation that, it's almost like you're dealing with a group of gangbangers who just don't want to tell you what time it is, right? So, you have this right here is much more powerful than this. Okay. You can pound anybody, all day long, and it's like blowing out a light bulb. Okay. But if you have that tool, and you are kind, considerate, open, honest, objective, then you will be surprised, that the type of crimes that you can solve. Remember, we used to have a saying, you don't get to choose your victim and you don't get to choose who took them. Okay. So you deal with all types of demographics, you deal with all types of, economic, situations. But, quite frankly, every one of these people on that porch could be involved and or could be a witness. Okay. You don't get to choose, who your witnesses are when your victim is a prostitute, as an example. Okay. It is what it is. It's going to be meth heads. It's going to be other, people that are out on the street at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So you can't discount what they say until you have a little more time. Okay. And so I'm giving you a little more insight as to why I have held this for so long. Okay. And then we'll break that down a little bit further. But, you just can't hear something and say, well, that's the way it is. It's never that way. Okay. It is never that way when you are trying to solve the disappearance of a 5-year-old little girl specifically, which, TBI and FBI at that point had already been back to this family a minimum of 3 separate times. And the FBI agent that they sent back was a female. Okay. So there's a lot of moving parts there in the investigators' minds as to what's the best strategy on handling this porch, as an example. Okay. And you can bet that the BA, the behavior science unit, early on was involved in this because of the card team and some of the dynamics of some of these players. Okay. So let's keep moving. And by the way, what a great chat going on here. Absolutely love it. Thank you. You're being very respectful, at this point, because all of this, remember, impacts Summer at some point. All of it will. And so I love the fact that each of you are very considerate of her and that we're all here for her tonight.
Where your truck is.
Okay.
But her front end was facing the telephone pole.
So she's going this direction?
Yes.
Okay.
When she dropped Hunter off, it was her mom, Hunter, and Summer. And Summer was leaning against 2 gallons of milk.
Okay.
I said, oh, look at her. I asked her how Summer was, and she was sleeping.
What side of the back seat was she at? Do you remember?
Okay, you'll notice something there that Miss Leslie just did. I think a lot of people have missed this. You heard the ping go off from a text. She read it and then placed it in front of Allie. Okay, so I'm going to back this up for a second.
When me and her stopped talking, she was stopping by my mom's, talking to the kids, talking to my mom, unexpectedly, And, I didn't think anything of it at that time. I'm like, okay. Yeah, Hunter can go fishing. He loves Summer to death. That's like his little sister.
They're buds.
Yep. She's like a daughter to me. And I didn't hear from him for a while. She dropped Hunter off between 2 and 2:30, right where your truck is.
Okay.
But her front end was facing the telephone pole.
So she's going this direction.
Yes.
Okay.
When she dropped Hunter off, it was her mom, Hunter, and Summer. And Summer was leaning against 2 gallons of milk.
Okay.
I said, "Oh, look at her." You know, I asked her how Summer was, and she was sleeping.
What side of the back seat was she at? Do you remember?
Hunter was on the driver's side, and Summer was right there right there in the middle.
Okay, so it made sense if she's pulling this way that Hunter's going to get out on this side. Okay, it makes sense. Okay. And so she's on the other side or in the middle?
She's in the middle.
Okay.
Like
against the milk. Gallons of milk.
Yep, against the 2 gallons of milk.
Okay.
And I said, "Oh, look at her." I said, "Isn't she hot?" Like, so I wish I could wake her up and, you know, give her a hug. No, you can't.
When the windows
And the windows were up.
What did Hunter say? Because he was sitting next to her.
Hunter said she was alive.
Okay.
That they were watching TikTok videos.
Oh, interesting.
Wait a minute, when they went into the store,
Yep,
they were...
because Hunter has a timeline of where they went and what they did. And they had stopped at the store before they dropped Hunter off. That's where the 2 gallons of milk came from.
Okay.
And the groceries.
Okay.
And you know, I'm not trying to interrupt your timeline of that day, but I want to suggest they need.
Okay, so when I want to stand corrected in relationship to the ashtray. What I was thinking was the phone is right there. She reaches over to grab the ashtray, okay? And I think what she was trying to do, what I was thinking at that time, was she's trying to draw her attention to her cell phone, okay? She couldn't get her attention, so what she does is she interjects what she wanted to tell her in relationship to the timeline. And you'll notice Leslie takes over the conversation here, okay? So I misspoke that. I apologize for that. What I was thinking there was I thought it was the phone, but it was the ashtray. But she was trying to get a message, in my opinion, and that's why I turned my attention intently to her during this part of the interview. And notice how Grandma and Allie, just in this frozen shot here, are also locking into what Leslie's about to say, because Leslie's going to throw a curveball at the table. Now, that could be intentional, okay? Or she wanted to slow the conversation down because Allison started to say what she wanted to say, okay? Because now she's going to go into the Walmart, you know, hey, you need to take a look at her over at Walmart. And I'm thinking, well, in my mind, obviously, I'm thinking, because I think in other places too, to be honest with you, but I'm teasing. But she wants to control the narrative now. And Grandma's letting her, and so is Allie. Okay, so let's go there again, right?
To go to the Walmart on Fort Henry
Okay.
and have them look back at the cameras because
Oh, it's Westone Drive. She can't go to Fort Henry.
she got escorted out.
You see, now she wants to re-emphasize what she wants to say. And what I think that is not really the problem here, Walmart. Okay. What she's trying to do, in my opinion, look how I'm looking at her. Okay. I was thinking, okay, she's trying to derail something. Okay. Red flag for me. That was another red flag. You now have Grandma leaning forward again. If you look at Allie, she's not really sure where to go here. Okay. But there's a three-way red flag going here. Okay. And, you know, I don't know what her intent was at the time, other than what I was thinking. Okay, she's trying to message here, and she was trying to get through on the phone. Allison wasn't paying attention. I'll reach over, grab the ashtray, okay, and just kind of pull the conversation away from where Allison was going. Because you notice where Allison was going in this part of the conversation, where she was headed, okay, is a timeline that she recalled, that 2 to 2:30, the 10 to 10:30 pickup, 2 to 2:30 drop off. Okay. So we have, whatever it is, 4 hours, okay, of where this whole situation at the waterhole potential could have occurred. Okay. Well, that's still way, way off from the 911 call at 6:23 p.m. Okay. So we have not only these 4 hours to think about that they're kind of presenting, and I think Miss Leslie was smart enough to realize Allison was going a little bit too far, and she wanted to take me into another place, because she even presents it. She says, what you need to think about, okay? And I'm going to just play
For the way she was yelling at those kids.
He was sitting next to her.
Hunter said she was alive,
Okay.
that they were watching TikTok videos.
Oh, interesting.
Wait a minute, when they went into the store,
Yep,
they were...
because Hunter has a timeline of where they went and what they did. And they had stopped at the store before they dropped Hunter off. That's where the 2 gallons of milk came from,
Okay.
and the groceries.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to interrupt your timeline of that day, but I want to suggest they need to go to the Walmart on Fort Henry.
Okay.
You see, she even says, I don't want to interrupt your timeline that day, i.e. she's talking to Allison. She's not talking to me. Okay. And that clicking that you hear in the background, that I think that's the popper, because Hunter is just on the other side of the door there, okay, in the house. Okay. And you'll see him at some point in this video. He comes out, takes his shirt off behind me. You'll see him over my left shoulder. I don't know if he'd already done that and come back around the back, but he ended up back in the house, and he had that popper that he was playing with.
And have them look back at the cameras, because
Westbound Drive, she can't go to Fort Henry.
she got escorted out for the way she was yelling at those kids. Don't you remember?
Oh, yeah.
That day?
No, prior to that,
Okay.
she had gotten arrested, cited on Walmart on Fort Henry Drive property.
Okay.
So again, let's think about this, right? All of us. And I know there's been some really deep thought process from a lot of smart people in the true crime community weigh in on this, but it made no sense. Okay, and I think we can all agree with this, okay, that we're sitting there, she's just about ready to lay out a little bit more about the milk, the positioning, where Summer is, where Hunter is, where Candace is, where Grandma is, and now all of a sudden we're talking about Walmart and a bomb threat. Okay. That, friends, is, that's some interesting pitching, okay, from an experienced pitcher, in my opinion. Okay. And so, she's saying, well, in my opinion, not to derail your conversation here, but you all should be looking at the Walmart and you should let the authorities know. That's basically what she said.
Her and my mom went to Walmart, and they had the kids with them. And she wanted them to help her fix a cell phone that she had bought from there. They told her they couldn't do it. Well, I guess she got really mad and upset, and she said...
She went down the toilet.
Well, first, before she went down the toilet, she said something about blowing this place up.
Oh. Yeah.
So they got security.
Tactical error, right?
So they got security. Security called 911.
Sure.
They let her go their own way in the store. They found them in the toy aisle, brought them up front to the security room, and she was arrested, but she wasn't put in handcuffs or taken down to central office for booking.
Because of COVID.
Because of COVID. She was released on a ticket.
Got it. OR.
And she's
Own
banned.
reconnaissance.
So this is a classic technique that experienced, folks with authorities utilized. Again, this goes back to Saad, some other dude. What that curveball was, it came in that, hey, let me tell you about the Walmart. Okay? And I'm talking about the day that Summer shows up. All right. Now, I don't know at that moment why she was doing that. I was cataloging it pretty quickly. I weighed it pretty quickly in relationship to what I was seeing at the table, what we were knowing or understanding. And you'll notice my body language now is shifting back into the conversation with Summer. I put my hands on the table. I lean into her, basically telling her without saying it, I'm not buying it yet. I'm not questioning whether or not the incident occurred. I'm not questioning whether or not she was, put out on her own reconnaissance as a result of COVID. That's not my point. I didn't care about Walmart at that point. I didn't care about, Candace's, suspectology in relationship to that event. What I wanted to hear is about the victimology of Summer. Okay? That, again, is probably, red flag number 25 already coming at me in this initial part of the interview. Okay, so let's move on, because she took Allie completely out of the conversation about Summer presenting herself back that day and with Candace and Hunter, etc.
Yes, she's banned from that Walmart.
Okay, so let's go back to the truck share. Summer's on the other side with the melt. Hunter gets out. You ask Hunter, or you talk to.
And now another subtlety. The moment I said that, you look at Grandma. Okay. I'm looking at Grandma, because she's right in front of me to the left, and I'm watching Allie. But look at the subtlety when I refocus. So basically, I hit the ball. Okay, it didn't bother me that we just talked about Walmart. But watch Grandma when I reshift it back to Summer. She does this. Okay, very subtle, but you're going to see it. Okay, i.e., well, that didn't work.
And it just kills me. Because, now that I look back on it, it's like, was she really alive?
Okay.
And have them look back at the cameras, because
It was Westbound Drive. She can't go to Fort Homer.
because she got escorted out for the way she was yelling at those kids. Don't you remember?
Oh, yeah.
That day?
No. Prior to that,
Okay.
she had gotten arrested, cited on Walmart on Fort Henry Drive property.
Okay.
Her and my mom went into Walmart, and they had the kids with them. And she wanted them to help her fix a cell phone that she had bought from there. They told her they couldn't do it. Well, I guess she got really mad and upset, and she said,
She went down the toilet.
well, first before she went down the toilet, she said something about blowing this place up.
Oh. Yeah.
So they got security.
Tactical error, right?
So they got security. Security called 911.
Sure.
They let her go their own way in the store. They found them in the toy aisle. Brought them up front to the security room. And she was arrested, but she wasn't put in handcuffs or taken down to central office for booking.
Because of COVID.
Because of COVID. She was released on a ticket.
Got it. OR.
And she's
Own
banned.
reconnaissance.
I guess she's banned from that Walmart.
Okay. So let's go back to the truck share. Summer's on the other side with the melt. Hunter gets out. You ask Hunter, or you talk to Candace about wanting to talk to Summer.
Yep.
What happens?
She said no. I wasn't allowed to wake her up.
Okay. So she's sleeping?
To me, she appeared sleeping.
Okay. Did it look like to you she was sleeping?
At the time, yes.
Okay.
But now that I look back on it, I really don't know.
Okay. Fair enough.
And it just kills me. Because, now that I look back on it, it's like, was she really alive? Was she sleeping?
What's your gut as a mom? I mean, with Hunter coming in and saying, Mom, we were watching TikTok videos. I mean, for her to hurt her between the TikTok video stop and home here with Hunter in the car, that would have been kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, I believe she was live here.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, where would you put her being alive?
Now, I presented that question tactically because if there was a medical condition, possibly at this point, and I have somebody sitting at the table who is a nurse, or at least projects that they're a nurse through, saying I was a nurse. Now, I didn't qualify that in terms of, well, when or what type, or, does that mean you have medical training? Are you a CNA really? I didn't qualify any of that. I didn't want to because it wasn't necessary. There's an old saying, right? If they want to dig, let them dig. Okay. Because even evidence of somebody not telling you the truth is evidence. That's behavioral evidence. Okay. And again, and I've said this, I said it in Barry's case, where a good prosecutor will blow all of those lies up and present them to a jury, and then go one by one through each one of those statements to that individual. Okay. And so in this case, in this point in the interview, I presented this idea on a scale of 1 to 10, and I was hoping Leslie was going to say something pretty quickly, but she didn't. Okay, so that's when I went around the room here. Are you guys doing okay so far in the chat? Forgive me for staying focused on what we got going here. Thank you for being here. If you're new with us, all we just ask is that you subscribe and share this video around. We would be grateful for that. And thank you for all of our new members coming in. So, all right, we got a lot of thumbs up. Good to go. All right, we're going to keep moving here.
And where would Hunter put her?
At a 10.
Okay.
Because he sat here and he said where exactly what they were doing. She was giggling, watching TikToks and everything. And he said she fell asleep because she was tired. And that was right before they pulled up. So.
And then what happened?
They left here around 2:30.
How long were they here?
About 5-10 minutes.
Did she get out of the truck?
Nope.
Stayed in the truck?
They had to go right away. They wouldn't.
They were parked out there for about 5 minutes because I was talking to them.
I know, but when you started to ask them,
Yeah, I said, well, you want to come up on the porch and,
Okay, so Grandma wants to emphasize, obviously, that no, we got to get them out of here. Okay? That's basically what she just said. Look, we can't have them up here in this conversation much longer with this guy sitting here. So don't you remember they had to leave? They had to go right away. Okay, so she's trying to create this atmosphere of, look, let's get through this Hunter/Summer thing pretty quickly. All right, and the reason Miss Leslie was there is not that any of this was planned. When I pulled up, all three of them with the two children, Allie's daughter and Hunter, were all sitting on the porch. And so Allie basically, invited her to stay because at some point you're going to obviously remember she gets up and she leaves. She has to go to, a couple of other events. So there's nothing, suspicious about that. They just happened to be there when I caught them. They had no idea I was coming. I just, popped in and, some clarity for that. So, okay. So there's nothing suspicious that, Leslie, Allie called Leslie, et cetera. She was there. She was just there. They were visiting. They're friends. So they were friends. I heard it may not be that way now.
hang out.
Yeah, like
And thank you for the invitation, by the way, to come up on your porch. It's very kind.
Because I wanted to hear how the fishing trip went and everything. That's when I found out that they went swimming instead of fishing.
Okay. She told you they went swimming.
Okay, so Allie is under a clear understanding according to her, and her opinion is they went fishing. Then she interjects, that's when I learned they went swimming. All right. Now,
Yep.
And where'd she tell you they went?
At the Warriors Path, at the stables.
Okay, at the stables? Yeah, because so we went down there, and it looks like it goes right to the water. Miss Leslie, you want to say something? Okay. It goes right to the water, and then there's that path that goes around. Do you know what part of that area they went to? Maybe Hunter can help me. And what I would like to ask, I don't want to get him on camera. Okay, are you all good with that? Okay, but what I would like is maybe turn the chair so he's facing that way, so I can sit on the other side of him, because I think he's got a lot of really important information, and it will do two things. And we're going to cut all this, by the way, so don't, do two things. Number one, if he talks about it, okay, it's going to help him, number one. Number two, okay, people are throwing him under the bus like left and right, okay? And we're going to...
Now remember, this was a while ago, 3 weeks after Summer had gone missing, and the internet had exploded already about Hunter and a lot of the situation going on there. So this is, again, I'm still of the frame of mind because we had talked early on, as I explained early in this video, that, we're going to kind of, make sure that we're being respectful to him. Mom is, et cetera. But they get into something that, is between them. I didn't hear it, but Hunter was adamant about being involved for himself about explaining the information. Okay. So, I wasn't going to disagree with the family. That was their choice.
I'm hoping to alleviate some of that pressure. Okay. Now, Miss Candace can be mad at you all day long, and so can Don. Right. Exactly. But a 15-year-old boy does not need to be, thrown under the bus with social media and all the other things going on. Mm-hmm. So I think if we kind of eliminate some of that conversation to really what happened, then all the speculation goes away, and Hunter's able to say, okay, I'm good over here. Has he talked? I'm assuming he's talked to TBI, right?
Yes.
Okay. Extensively.
So I wanted to make sure that if there was information going to be presented here, like some of it was, and that I cut out, and that I bleeped and other things, I wanted to make sure that TBI had it first. And that's why I asked, and you heard Miss Leslie, say 3 times, i.e., and I know this now, I knew it then that day, because we also talked, when we were packing up, okay, that they had been out there. The FBI had been out there at least twice, maybe 3 times. TBI was present with them, and Hawkins County also, but the FBI had come out a couple separate times by themselves, and there was a female agent, a male agent, and the female agent did the majority of the interview with Hunter, and it was a cognitive interview, is what we call that, and so they got a lot of information. I'm sure of it. Okay. What that is, I don't know what he told them. I just know that they came by 3 separate times. So I did ask, why did they come by 3 separate times? And she clarified they wanted to nail down the timeline. So that was even a huge red flag from the get-go, that they wanted to nail down the timeline. Now, how does that flesh out in an investigation? Is it Candace's timeline, Is it Don's timeline? Is it his timeline? I don't know. We just know that was the majority of why they wanted to hit Hunter 3 separate times, according to what these folks shared with us.
Right. Do they have any questions about him?
Nope.
Okay.
That's interesting. Okay. And I'm sure everybody in the world has caught that from day one. Who answered that question? Okay. It wasn't mom. Okay. The initial question. It was Miss Leslie. Okay. That again was not only a red flag. I got to think of something new here, because that was an artillery cannon going off, okay, from the 1st Marine Division, getting ready to go in and do some stuff. Okay. Whenever a third party, SOD, answers for the first party, okay, that is a clear sign of deception, very clear. And in fact, if you were in one of my interview interrogation classes and an investigator said, "Hey, I had this happen," okay, I'd say, "Let's watch, let's see it." Okay. And just so everybody, we're all on the same page.
Do you have any doubt about that? Okay. Okay. So then, if it's okay, not now, after we're done talking, I'll sit over. Karen, you sit behind right where you're.
Well, you'll notice Leslie answers the question, and then I ask a follow-up. Is there any doubt? And Allie shakes her head no. Okay. She did not say there was a problem. All right. Let's put that on the board. Again, put that on the whiteboard. Okay. I'm going to play that again, because this is crucial now. And this is another reason why I've been holding this piece. It's always been there. It's always been sitting there, kind of like the ashtray move. Okay? But I've never clarified it for folks, because I wanted to see what was going to happen in 5 or 6 months. And here we are. And now when we look at this and we compared it to some of the other behaviors that have been displayed in a public forum, and for goodness sake, on a YouTube channel, by certain folks, I mean, that's like manna from heaven for an investigation. It really is. Okay. And, so watch this again.
We'll put Hunter over here next to Miss Leslie, thrown under the bus with social media and all the other things going on. Mm-hmm. So I think if we kind of eliminate some of that conversation to really what happened, then all the speculation goes away, and Hunter is able to say, "Okay, I'm good over here." Has he talked? I'm assuming he's talked to TBI, right?
Yes.
Okay.
3 times.
Extensively, right?
Yep.
Do they have any questions about him?
Nope.
Okay. Do you have any doubt about that? Okay. Okay. So that said, then if it's okay, not now, after we're done talking, I'll sit over. Karen, you sit behind right where you're at. We'll put Hunter over here next to Miss Leslie. We'll move her over here. We want everybody here, so there's no secrets, right? Because I don't operate that way. Okay. And plus, he's going to feel more comfortable with especially this young lady here, because boy, did I listen to you.
Okay, so what I'm doing here, like anybody else, right, is I'm talking to id. All right, id. All right. And I saw some folks in here, it's alpha, and yeah, okay. I fell off a turnip truck. Okay. So I'm going to tell you how great you are. Okay.
Protect that young man, and good for you. Now.
Oh no, that one in there.
Yeah.
Her kids.
Yeah.
Are just like my kids.
Okay. And I'm going to put something on the table. Okay. That I understand probably.
Now I wanted to qualify her in relationship to, this positioning at the table.
We understand probably more than the next person. We lost a son who was 20 years old in 2003, okay, in an accident, okay?
My sister has 4 children.
Yes, ma'am.
Her oldest child was murdered in my driveway.
Okay.
And he was just like my son.
Where was this?
At my house.
No. Where? What city?
Kingsport.
Okay. Did they catch the guy? Okay. The only reason I asked you, I was going to say maybe we can help. But it sounds like you got him.
Oh yeah, he was got 45 minutes after he killed him because I chased him down.
See, your heart is pure, Miss Leslie.
And my daughter called me. She said, "Mom, you have to get back here. You have to get back here." And when I pulled back up my driveway, the Bikers Association Against Sex Trafficked and Abused Children.
See her in the back seat.
Okay, that is the moment I think she caught Leslie's text. Okay, there's early on, you can't see, she's got her phone up there now. It's been up there for a bit, but she's off to the left and she's working that phone. Okay, she's working that phone. So at this point, I'm flushing them out individually, with using Leslie as, kind of, a base here. So I'm trying to pull out the secret life by offering a public persona with, the old question of tell me about your life versus tell me a little bit about you. There's a huge difference there. And women, girls or ladies, I all the above, you're all great. You have a sixth sense. You're born with it. Okay. We're not born with it, right? If any of you men are listening out there, trust me, it's true. They know long before we do about some hinky stuff. So they're right in this part of the interview. I'm trying to flush them out to hear where this conversation is going to go, because they know Hunter is about ready to be put into the canon.
Hunter gets out. He tells you what?
He really didn't say
He
nothing.
didn't really say nothing.
So he went in the house.
Okay. Then what happened?
I asked him how fishing went. He goes, we went swimming. Oh, okay. I asked him how his day was. He goes, fine. He didn't tell me anything about what happened.
Nothing.
Nothing. And then his girlfriend's mom came and picked him up about 3 o'clock. And he went with them for a while.
Okay, so you notice I shifted it right back into Hunter, and she then starts creating a secondary narrative in relationship to, well, what happened that day? So what happened? And obviously, Allie is right back into the rhythm. Again, forget Walmart where they wanted to go, i.e. Miss Leslie. Forget all the other mishigosh, all the other stuff around it. That really doesn't count in my mind at this point. What I'm trying to do is keep a clarity of focus in relationship to, okay, I'm going to listen to hear what she's going to say about Summer and what Hunter projected that day about. Now, to me, this part of the conversation really doesn't make much sense, because she's got this suspicion that there's something wrong, okay, when Candace pulls up. But when Hunter gets out of the car and walks up onto the, back to the house, he's like, how did the fishing trip go? Okay. And Hunter is like, nothing, right? But her perception, as she's projecting it earlier in this conversation, is, Candace did something to that girl. There's something here. Okay. So I think, again, this is one of these, it's an ebb and flow, it's spiking, it's pulling, it's spiking, where is the truth here? Where does it sit at this point? And so I'm not positive personally at this point of, what's going on. So that's another reason I wanted to hold this video and then chime in this far down the line.
Me and Leslie went to the ball field. I left my phone in her car, in her van, because my phone was dead. So we only had hers. We were on the ball field, and we were actually on the opposite side of the ball field. We were watching her grandson practice, because he was playing for the Packers at that time. And her phone rang. It was Hunter. He wanted to speak to me. She gave me the phone. He goes, Mom, you gotta call Candace.
Where was Hunter at when he called you?
He was at his girlfriend's house.
At his girlfriend's house. That's with Leslie. No. Oh, I thought her name was Leslie too.
His girlfriend's name is
That's okay. I don't need his girlfriend's name.
She's a minor.
Yeah, I don't need his girlfriend's name. Yeah, good
So he was
call.
with
Thank
them.
you.
So she's now shifted into her own recollection back to what I had asked 10 minutes ago of what happened that day. Okay. So I think what she's saying, in my opinion, is truthful. Okay. Where she's at this place now, she's given some very minutiae details outside of the part of what Hunter says, whatever. Okay. I'm not putting that one on the board, but this part where she's saying he gets she starts laying out how she starts hearing about this and how she had made contact with Candace and the hat thing, all of that. I think there's some partial, truth in that, because the communication methods are very consistent, even to this day, of how Candace operates. Okay? So I don't have any reason, personally, maybe other folks, may have some other information, but I'm kind of buying, what's going on here. Now, I'm not saying I'm paying full price, okay, for what's being sold. I'm just saying it's 20% cheaper than what I've heard in the first 20 minutes of this conversation sitting down with them.
And he goes, Candace just called me. Summer's missing. You need to call her. I said, boy, stop pulling my leg. I do not want to talk to her. So me and Leslie were talking. I said, I don't believe it. I said,
Oh yeah, I also have to clarify a couple things. So across the street over there, behind me, there's a huge park, and they had it looked like a community event. There were the cops were over there, the firefighters. So that's all the noise that you hear over there across the street behind me. That's a school that you see behind me, and so it's a big field. They were just wrapping up the event, and so Allie's daughter is across the street, and that's the famous yell. She keeps coming back and forth, and I didn't want to get her in any way, shape, or form near a camera or audio or anything like that. And so that's where that comes from. So there are cars going back and forth. Candace did not come behind me in a red car, green cars. There's a lot of different vehicles going around that area there. So I just want to make sure there's a context in relationship to where this is taking place.
she's probably just pulled my leg trying to get me to talk to her. So, we continue watching the football practice. After practice, we went to the drive-thru at the cookout.
Now, were you guys together?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went through the cookout drive-thru because we had ordered dinner.
Yeah, we had.
And we were waiting for our food. I turned my phone on, went on Facebook. There it is, plain as day. A picture of Summer missing that was posted by Hawkins County EMS. I said, Leslie, holy shit, she is missing. So I called her mom, told my mom what was going on. She goes, you're joking. I said, no, I'm not. So then I said, okay. But Mama Bear and me kissing. I called Candace. She didn't answer. We waited till we got here. I called again. She didn't answer. Hunter tried calling her. She didn't answer. My youngest tried calling her. She answered. Finally, she answered on my youngest's Snapchat. I said, "What's wrong?" She goes, "Summer's gone." I said, "How could she just be gone? I just seen you guys not that long ago." I said, "What happened from the time you guys got home, from the time you guys left my house, up until she went missing?" She said, "We came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house."
Okay, stop. Where did they plant flowers? Not at Grandma's trailer, but on the side of the house. On the side of the house. All right, another red flag. Put it in the box quickly, right? We're not talking about flower pots. The early version from Candace to Allie is similar to conversation, but alongside of the house, on the side of the house. Okay. I went up there on my interview with her when I went to the house looking for that spot. Okay. But instead we found the flower plots, which eventually the story has now migrated to those flower pots. Initially, according to what she's projecting, telling us, is it was on the side of the house. Okay, very minutia, but important, because that flower planting is critical to the narrative.
We went and Mom, which didn't even take 10 minutes. Then she went back to the house, asked the boys if they seen their sister. They said no, maybe she told my mom what was going on. She goes, "You're joking." I said, "No, I'm not." So then I said, "Okay." But Mama Bear and me kicked in. I called Candace. She didn't answer. We waited till we got here. I called again. She didn't answer. Hunter tried calling her. She didn't answer. My youngest tried calling her. She answered. Finally, she answered on my youngest's Snapchat. I said, "What's wrong?" She goes, "Summer's gone." I said, "How could she just be gone? I just seen you guys not that long ago." I said, "What happened from the time you guys got home, from the time you guys left my house, up until she went missing?" She said, "We came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house. We went in Mom's camper to wash our hands. Summer wanted a piece of candy."
Now, that would make sense if we can confirm that that's accurate. Because when you look at those flower pots with all the cactus and the rocks, okay, there's no dirt there. They're rocks, and I don't know what they planted because they're cactus. I saw them. Okay. But if you're digging in the dirt, now you have a reason to go wash your hands. Okay. So this was flag number 52-9. Okay. And I'm already at a 25 bingo card here that, man, there's a lot moving here in River City. But I'm not letting on to anything. I'm letting them run, as we used to say, right? Turn the lights on, with a headlight. Just make sure it's not pointing behind you as you run in the dark. Okay. So right now, I'm even going, well, okay, if it's true, then I'm going to verify that, because this is where I'm cataloging, again, getting up into that property later on with Candace, which, by the way, will be a couple of days later, because I wanted this to percolate for her, and which it did, and it was perfect. Not me, my experience has told me, let's float this and see what happens.
Grandma gave her a piece of candy. She wanted to go play with the boys inside the house. Candace told me she walked somewhere over to the house, let her go inside. She went back to the camper, fixed Mom's knee, which didn't even take 10 minutes. Then she went back to the house, asked the boys if they'd seen their sister. They said, no, maybe she's downstairs in the cellar playing. And I said, did you check the cellar?
Okay, so let's stop here for a second as well, real fast. And I hope you guys are tracking me here, because I want to get to Hunter as well here pretty quickly. So the idea that she's laying out here, okay, she's saying this is all coming firsthand from Candace. She gives a little sarcastic, voice, thing there. Okay. But what's really important here is this setup of the narrative from the moment it was presented to LE to now, okay, how do we get everybody else on board, i.e. Allie, this conversation? There's some subtleties here. Okay? And those subtleties are real simple. We've got 2 to 10 minutes. Okay. Mom went out there. Okay. Didn't see her. Where are the boys? And that story, right? We all have that narrative. And then there's a lot of holes in that, by the way. Okay. And so the next piece of that puzzle then is the 911 call. If the dispatcher is correct, where Mom says she went out for a walk, okay, well, now we've got a frame, a reference point, right? A frame, a time frame. So if it's 2:30, let's say it's 3 o'clock from her house to Candace's house. I'm talking about Candace driving. Okay. So now let's use 3 o'clock as a late push out. Okay. Well, we know that the 911 call comes in at 6:23. Okay. So that 3 to 6:23, that's 3 hours. Okay. We also know potentially 10 to 2:30 earlier in the morning is another 4-hour block. Okay. So at some point, okay, what if there was a transaction taking place where, remember, Candace smokes pot every single night, according to them, according to Don. Okay, those aren't my words. 5 months, 6 months later now, we've heard it from their own mouth. Okay. Well, this is why another piece of this I wanted to hold back, because is it possible? The stranger theory is out the window, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Okay. My opinion right now is it just doesn't fit. Okay. But if there is somebody else potentially having access to that property, okay, or if it's an accident and it could have happened at the water hole, it could have happened in the house, could have happened around the brothers, a lot of theories there. They're all up on the board still, okay? But it's speculation right now. We don't know. But what we do know, okay, is what Allison is saying here. There has been, in 5-6 months, a lot of that information has kind of lined up. Not all of it, okay? And evident of the fact that, Hunter comes up on the porch and says, hey, yeah, we went, yada, yada, okay? When he comes in a little bit and just tells us a whole new story, okay, about when they were going to go to the water park, that didn't work out as PO and all that stuff.
She goes, yeah, I checked her for about 20 minutes. I go, okay, was the door shut and locked? She goes, yes. I said, that's weird. Like, how does she just come up missing?
And during this conversation, didn't shed a tear. Nothing.
She was walking back and forth in her kitchen playing with her hat on her head.
How do you know that?
Because
It was on video chat.
So you were on video chat during all of this.
Okay, so what are we learning here? Well, we're learning that Miss Leslie is there. Okay. She's telling us, look, I was here. It was on video chat. Okay. I don't know that at that point, right? No, I don't think any of us knew that. We can look back. but we still don't know if she was there. Okay. We know what they're reporting was later on in the evening, Candace called when she was able to get hold of her. Okay. Well, by this time, okay, there have been a lot of people, i.e. law enforcement, pressing these buttons. Okay. So then what do we do? And what I've been doing over the last 4 or 5 months is watching their behavior, okay, and watching how they project information late at night while under the influence, while drunk. They opened up a doggone YouTube page, okay? And even that, watch how they project information to the world. Okay. All right. So again, for me, that was very, in retrospect now, looking back and connecting some of these pieces, man, it was very interesting, right?
Okay.
All she was doing was talking and yawning.
And playing with her hat. She's like, well, I gotta go to bed soon because I have to get up in the morning because we all have to go down to the station to take a polygraph test.
Have the cops been there yet?
Okay, so this is the night before the polygraph test. Okay.
Yeah, she said her mom was outside talking to him, that she wasn't going to talk to him.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Okay, do you guys believe that? So she says, Candace tells them she's not talking to the cops. Okay. Apparently the investigators are there. Okay. Now that could be interpreted as, are they the case agents or the FBI, Hawkins, whoever, okay? Or are they the search and rescue folks that are right outside their door because that's where their command center is? Okay. So I don't know. I have interviewed some of those guys, and I do have some information, but I can't say, even to this day, she's referring to the investigators or the SA, the search and rescue. What I can say is I find it interesting that she projects that grandma, her mother, is outside talking to the police, but Candace wants nothing to do with it. And she's preparing for her polygraph the next day. Okay. And she told me later on, as you guys saw on the house interview, that, I asked her, clarify that. And we'll break that down too, coming up here.
She wasn't going to talk to the police.
Yep.
No.
But her daughter's missing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then we didn't hear from her the rest of that night. And then Wednesday.
And what time was this around? Do you remember?
About 11:30, 12 o'clock.
PM? So by this time, Summer potentially could have been missing between 6 and 7 p.m.
Hunter called my phone
Yes,
at the ball field at 7:29.
7:29. Hunter calls.
Yep.
Okay, so
Missing
She was
before
missing.
then.
and so Summer's missing obviously before that time of 7:29.
Who called Hunter?
Candace.
Candace did.
At 6:30?
I don't know what time she called him.
Yeah, right now that timeline's unknown.
I think it had to be right around after 7 because he would call his mother first and tell him he would.
Okay. Then what? Then what took place?
So Wednesday.
So you're watching her though at around midnight,
Yeah. There's no motion.
and she's playing with her
Yeah,
hat.
she's doing this with her hat.
Is she under the influence of anything at that point?
She seemed a little drunk to me.
The drunk?
And high.
Okay. And when you say high, define that for me.
Weed.
Huh?
Weed.
Okay, so like she'd smoke marijuana?
Yep.
Okay. Any other drugs on board, do you think?
Not that I know of.
Okay. From a nurse's perspective, Miss Leslie, what do you think that you've seen?
It wouldn't have put it past me if she hadn't have done a couple of pain pills.
Some pain pills?
Yeah, because her moods would go like this during the whole
Sure.
interview, during the whole time she was talking to her.
Sure.
And whenever she would, it was just like she was up like this, and then you could watch her just, just down.
Yeah, highs and low. Right. Got it. Now, where are the boys during this chit chat?
Never heard them.
Never heard him.
Didn't hear them.
Never heard nobody.
Where's
but
Dawn
her.
during all this?
Never heard him.
You didn't hear him either?
Nope.
And you were watching the same video?
I was sitting right here.
Okay, so it was actually going on right here, meaning you were here when she called. Okay. And then what happened?
We said goodnight, and I told her I'd pray for her.
I think that's I think that happened. That's too spontaneous, because even at the time they had a falling out, or they were about ready to have a falling out. Okay, but that's I don't know. I kind of bought that as, I think she was being sincere there. That yeah, there was a conversation that took place. It was late at night. She's not really sure, i.e., Allie at this point. I don't know if they were able to gather their complete story together, okay, because the relevance of Candace coming back to say, hey, here's what you need to say. Now, did that happen? Yeah, I think it probably did, but it was more about Hunter than it was about their relationship, Allie's and Candace, because I think there's a part of her, Allie, that really, for obvious reasons, is blown away that Summer is missing. Who's involved in it at this point when I'm there? I don't know. That's why I was there trying to flush information out. So what say you guys? I mean, you probably have a different of opinion. That's okay. But, my experience has told me at the table, I was sitting and, within a foot from her or 3 feet from her. And I took that as a believable response.
That they find Summer. Next morning.
When you hung up, let me ask her first, because I'm going to get your answer here in a second. You're a mama bear, and a good one, okay? Grandma, you too. I'll ask your opinion. Women have an instinct, okay? Men don't have it. Okay? Ask my wife, okay? All right, what was your instinct? That night.
She killed her.
She killed her.
That,
I'll tell you why in a minute. Why my instinct was that way. It was my gut feeling.
Leslie, what was your opinion?
Said it from day one.
Miss Leslie, what have you said?
She's done something to her.
Okay. That's a diplomatic way of saying something's happened to Summer.
Because it's like this, if that would have been one of my kids or my grandkids.
Okay, so let's stop there, because I think we can all agree that's huge. And it comes off of this chat, okay, this video chat. Well, we know that may be 100% in the ballpark, because she tells us, Candace tells us, how she tried to communicate with Dawn. Okay? Dawn tells us, well, Candace got me on the chat while I was driving. Okay. Well, how that happened, I'm not sure, because, the cell coverage is pretty difficult up there. But, at this point, I'll break into that later. But these folks, right at that day, that, back then, and that was July 20th, okay, that day, they were of the impression, Allie said it, that she's not with us. Leslie has said, I think she's done something to her. Dawn had already been on the press conferences, or is about to be pressured further on press conferences. And he sees her in a dungeon. He sees her, being held somewhere. He sees her buried somewhere. Okay? Now, these folks are not privy to all of that information yet. they're operating off of what Candace is projecting. Knowing them, okay, knowing them, i.e. her, this circle of influence, okay, knowing how that family is, they immediately raised a huge red flag. You can bet that when the feds heard that, okay, they took notice. They took notice. Okay? They took notice. Okay? And all right.
The devil himself wouldn't be telling me, you need to get in your house. Oh, no. I'm going to go find my kid.
I know.
Now, how many moms out there, grandmas out there, responded the exact same way when you all saw how she was responding? And in fact, people are still responding that way today, yesterday. Okay? They're still out there saying, why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you doing anything? All right. And so as a result of that, okay, I don't know who keeps putting this number 1 up, but it needs to go. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I learned the last time I saw that, it was not good. So sorry, I just timed you out. You'll be back if you're, but you know, I think that situation now, we look forward, okay? And we're still all saying, why aren't you doing something? Okay? And you heard the passion of that woman saying, if this was my baby, I would be out there. So from, months ago, 6 months ago, almost 7, that was their response as well.
I know that about you. I can tell. So here's another question then. Is it possible that...
Let me clarify that. I am so sorry. I didn't know what that meant. Forgive me. Maybe we can take them out, mods. My bad, not yours. Forgive me. Okay. Let's get that back, because I know the last time I saw all those that in there, some things didn't go right. All right.
somebody could have snatched her?
Nope. Not with 20 dogs on that property.
No.
Yeah.
There's 20 dogs.
Well, I've heard that number varies, right? I think dogs, there's a lot of dogs on the property, right? I mean,
there's about 20. There's
seriously, because she don't have her dogs fixed, and
there's 2 of them that keep getting pregnant, and then my daughter's had one of her dogs, and that dog was just too wild for the city.
Right.
So she took her back. She ended up pregnant, and
there was 3 of them that had puppies all at the same time.
So there's a lot of dogs on that property. Okay.
And those dogs protect that property.
Yeah, I bet. I bet. And it's
kids.
kind of isolated up that road, isn't it? When you all pull up there, in the past, what do the dogs do?
They come running right down to the end of the driveway, and they surround you.
They come down the driveway.
Yeah. And if they don't know you, they show their teeth. They're ready to eat you. Because when they were going up to Wisconsin, me and her neighbors, we were taking turns feeding the dogs, because I lived down here in the city, and her neighbor was closer. Every time my mom would pull up the driveway, we were with her in the car, all the dogs would come running down, and I'd have to say, eat, because they want to eat.
Miss Leslie, what's your opinion?
They want to eat.
I ain't never been up there because I don't like her long enough to go up there to see her.
Okay, fair enough.
She asked me to take her, and I said no. I'm not doing it.
I like Miss Leslie. She's a straight shooter, this one. I love
Go
it.
down the end of the driveway, and that was it.
Really?
Yeah, those dogs are nuts.
So,
Came at me
okay, so in your minds,
and they calmed down.
there's something that has happened to her that night. Your opinion was, this doesn't look right. There's something wrong. Maybe she did something. Okay.
Or the boys might have done something and they're covering it up.
Oh, maybe the boys
mean-
accidentally hurt her. What?
Okay, you see how all the theories presented themselves on this porch? Okay. Boys did something, they're covering up, i.e. an accident. You know, mom did something, okay. They are of the opinion, no way, so, you know, somebody took her. That ain't happening, okay. So right from the get-go, they're coming up with theories that nobody's been able to ring the bell for.
What's your gut on that?
My gut's still aiming towards the mother.
Yeah.
Towards mom?
Even though the boys didn't
And
bring me
grandma.
to her, I still say it's the mother. There's just something in my gut that keeps telling me it's the mother.
And what are the theories that you're operating on? What kind of thoughts do you have?
You know how like when she used to smack her and she just got really evil with her. Like one day she grabbed her by the arm and just gave her that hateful look. And then it all doesn't make sense either. Candace has a sister that's been missing for about 10 years. One night, a couple nights when she was drunk, when it came around the anniversary for her sister's disappearance and her birthday, her mom was in tears all day long, all night long, and she kept looking at her mom. What's wrong? I said, you know what day it is? Oh. You ain't gonna find her alive. And I said, why wouldn't it? She goes, because the bitch is dead. I said, how do you know she's dead? And why would you call your sister a bitch? She goes, because I killed her. Who says that?
That's a deep statement. That's a deep statement, don't you think? We don't want a lot of rumors around that one, but if she said it, she said it. And I don't have any reason not to believe anything you're laying out here for me personally. But at the same time, you know.
Okay, so you notice she leaned forward. You know, I'm not completely, you know, in that ballpark yet. I do know some things because I've interviewed the actual case agent on Rose Bly's case. Actually met with him and the sheriff. And I mentioned this a month or two ago. You know, there's a whole bunch of red flags in the very beginning that we started with almost 2 hours ago. So if you got to go back. I see a lot of people just coming in asking questions, about, if Leslie has never been there, how would she know about the pregnant dogs? That's a great question, right? And I think we can all agree there's a lot of, he said, she said from all three of these players. Okay? But you'll notice here when she presented this idea that, Candace was responsible for Rose, and then I called her on it like, wow, that's pretty big. I mean, when you start saying stuff like that, you better have, something to back it up. You notice her posture changed and she leaned forward and, i.e. and put her hand up over her mouth. She's not sure that I bought it is basically what she's doing there. Okay. She's not sure. And we don't know who killed Rose Bly. Nobody does. And so, let's just always understand that piece too. No, that noise that you're hearing is the chair creak, adjusting. Okay, it is not what everybody's been saying about Allie.
Who knows, right? I've seen crazier things in my time as well. So the next day, then, did you call her back?
No, Wednesday, no.
Did she call you?
Nope.
When was the next time you had contact with her?
Thursday morning. Wednesday TV, there was the thing on Facebook, the TikTok video
Okay.
of Hunter and Summer swimming at the swimming hole
Okay.
that Candace had posted. And I was actually getting ready to go to work with Leslie because we had to be in at 2 that day, I think? 3. That's getting to be 2:30, 2 o'clock. I'm like, should I wait here and contact the TBI because everyone's wondering who this kid is in the video? And she goes, we didn't really know what to do at the time. And next thing you know, my phone rings. And it's Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. They go, we're on our way out. Can we talk to Hunter?
So, just, see, that's why I sometimes struggle with Chris. He misinterprets things and runs with them. Okay, V, so you're on. We got 8,000 people watching. Help me out. As you were sitting there. All right. Moving along.
I was like, yes. So Hawkins County Sheriff's Department came out. They're They came out, investigated him, talked to him. And Leslie had to go to work. I told her, tell our boss I'll be there in a little while. I'm running late, and tell him why. Well, about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, I'm getting ready to go to work like I was supposed to. And they call my phone again. We got more questions for Hunter. Okay. This time they came out with a TBI and the FBI. And they sat here and they nitpicked it.
Right here?
Yep. At the table.
Mm-hmm.
They got Hunter's statement.
What were they nitpicking him on?
They were going in depths about what their day was like.
Okay.
That's all true. Everything she's saying.
Where they went and everything.
Mm-hmm.
What they do.
Okay.
So then.
Were you sitting here?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And then what happened?
I ended up taking the day off from work. Got pulled off my schedule at work.
That's kind of a crappy reason, huh? I mean, the fact that all this is going down and now he's in the middle of it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
So then.
Where do you?
Okay, so that is the concern of a real mom, right? I mean, in terms of that piece of her life, she really is scared about Hunter. Okay, now I don't know what that means at this point, because nobody knows really what his totality of his involvement. Is he a witness? I mean, I don't know. Okay, he could be, and if he is, he's going to be a darn good one. Okay, so kindness. Thank you. Kindness is free, and so we appreciate all of you who are here for Summer, not here to make drama. So, and by the way, mods, if we see that person again, boot them. They can have a good night. Because I want to stay focused on Summer here. And I think what Allie was saying, and sitting there watching the reaction of everybody else at that table, she was being sincere. She was being sincere, at least for that piece of the puzzle.
Then what happened? Go ahead.
So then Thursday morning, I'm in the bathroom. Candace shows up. Walks in the house, starts asking Hunter.
Out of the blue?
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked Hunter, did they come talk to you yet? It's okay.
It's great.
Because I sent them to your house. I gave them your phone number and your address. I said I'm going to talk to you because of the TikTok video and stuff. And she goes, what'd you tell them? By the time I could get out there to him to see what more they were telling him about, they had left. They had gotten back in their truck and left. I immediately called the detective. It's like, listen, Candace was here with her mom. They're just asking my son what he told you guys. And he goes, give me a second, I'll call you right back. He calls me back and he goes, what were they driving? I said they were driving her mom's Silverado. He goes, thank you for that information. Because she shouldn't have been here asking my son what he told you.
And what did Hunter say he said?
He goes, I just told him everything we did that day.
And what was her response?
Oh, okay.
What was she?
Telling that, did you?
And then she said to him, You didn't tell him that, did you?
About what?
To this day, we really don't know.
I really don't know to this day, but
He said it was pertaining to do with the alcohol and the puff bars.
The alcohol and the what?
Puff bars.
What's that?
It is a nicotine, basically electronic cigarette.
Oh, okay. Those vape cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. Are they how are those packaged?
They come in a container with 3.
Are they what color are the packages?
Different.
Okay, there's been a lot of questions I see that have come about asking why was I focused on that blue vape? Well, prior to this, I had gone down there and I had canvassed the area, looking for things that I thought would stick out. And I saw these multiple vape packages, which I didn't know what they were. I thought they were cigars. And specifically, I saw a red one, a blue one, and I didn't know what they were. And that's why, I took note of, okay, I saw a couple of those. And then I heard through one of the offline conversations with some folks that I was having that, blue may have been, in Candace's possession. Okay. So I saw one container of that blue at the water hole. And I don't know all the variances in relationship to, what the CBD levels are and all this other things going around. If that's, the number 8, which, people talked on. Now I've since learned, some of that, but I really haven't gone into, what exactly that means. So if some of you folks maybe later on can educate me a little bit more on, how that is playing out today, and that would be really helpful. But that's the reason I keep focusing on that blue, because, as we saw her in the back seat, if that was a legit pit, okay, which, at this point, we don't know when it was taken. It's obvious. Hunter says he was in the back seat with the milk bottles or the milk jugs. Then, at some point, I guess we kind of have to say, okay, is that a possibility? Okay? And that's where we've been going there. Okay, we've been going there. So I wanted to know if there was a chemical in those, but initially I was thinking, they were cigars, cigar containers. And then when I got to the hippie house, that's when, I had a little education, but I did not ask them in relationship to do each of these colors, signify anything other than a marketing ploy, or if it signifies, density in relationship to what may be inside of these things. And the reason for that, for me anyway, at that point, was the person that was responsible for selling it was not there. The clerks were there. I talked to all the clerks. I talked to the owner, or the manager who talked to the owner, and they wanted, again, remember, we're only 3 weeks into this missing little girl, so they wanted to refrain from telling me exactly what was inside of each of those. So I was on a mission to try to find out what was inside of those, and that's the reason. So hopefully that helps a lot of folks.
Different kinds.
Do they come in? Do they look like cigar packages?
Yeah.
Or they come in blue ones?
Purple.
there's blue, there's
purple.
purple, red, yellow, and orange.
Okay.
I think there's a green one.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, Hunter will know, right? Okay. Then what?
Then we didn't hear anything. Then one night he was at work, because the poor boy tried to go back to work.
You're a good mom.
And
You should see mine.
he had gotten a phone call from her, stating that she was in the back of a cop car.
Hunter got a call
Yeah, because she had to go back to the police station
that night.
and take a polygraph
This
test.
is Thursday.
Another one.
No,
No.
this was.
This would have been,
Subtle hint there, right? Grandma, you hear her in the background say another one. So remember, the first time she's on the FaceTime, she says, I got to get ready for my poly. A couple days later, it's been sitting here all the time, by the way, right? A couple days later, she called back again, and you just heard Grandma say another poly. So she tells me that she failed the first one. I also learned that they had some things on board, both D and C. Okay? And it was narcotics and various types.
Saturday.
yeah, because we didn't hear from her for a while.
Okay.
And then, like I said, he was at work. And she had called him. Said she was in the back of a cop car heading to the police station because she had to take another polygraph test because she failed the first one. Then his girlfriend's mom picked him up from work and she had called again. Said she was at the police station and she couldn't leave. So I called the detective when I found this out. I said, why does she keep calling my kid? Like, it was crazy.
What kind of alcohol did he give her? Or she give
She
him?
bought him a twisted tea.
A twisted tea?
Yep.
And where'd she buy that?
Catch 22.
Where's that?
It's going towards Warriors Path. If you get on Fort Henry Drive, you're going up before, after you pass Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, and Long John's. It's on up before the on-ramp setting. If you're going up, it's on the left side.
It's called Patch 22?
Catch 22.
Catch 22?
Yep.
Okay. Is it a package store? I mean, a liquor store?
They sell alcoholic beverages.
Do they sell those cigar things
yes.
there? So that's where she would have picked those up as well.
They also sell, glass pops. Basically, it's a tobacco store.
Got it. Okay, but they sell alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. So how many of those did he have that she gave him?
One.
Just one? Okay. One that he'll admit to being 15, right? Could there have been more?
There could have been more, but that kid, like I said, he was
Well, I'll ask Hunter.
sober as can be when they dropped him off.
And we're not going to get you on camera, bud, but we're going to talk.
When you get ready to get him, I've got to go.
Okay.
Who has to go?
I do.
Okay, so Hunter's now back into the scenario here because she's come out of the house. He's hungry. I buy him a pizza. This is where the Mountain Dew all comes in here. And this is a good one here. Hunter claims his phone was not returned. Well, that's a really interesting point, right? Because his phone, right, was taken and it wasn't returned. And what was even interesting about that is, remember when I asked at the water hole, and I'll get into this later on the next one that I'm going to break down at the water hole with Candace, where she says, and I asked her, I said, do you have any of the TikToks and all that stuff? She goes, oh yeah, I still have them on my phone. Okay. And I was like, wait a minute. And I asked her, I said, TBI hasn't picked that up. And so she goes, oh, no. I was supposed to bring it to him that Tuesday. Okay. For my polygraph, or when I was going to, do the polygraph situation. Okay. So some of that is lining up what they were saying in relationship to, how they're pitching the story here. Okay. And so when Hunter says, yeah, they took my phone. Okay. What they did probably is they stuck a little, what they call a U-Fed on the bottom of it. And it's the exact same type of a device when you change your phone number at one of the, AT&T or, Verizon or T-Mobile, et cetera, and you want to keep your number. That's the same machine that they utilize, but the one that the LE has actually does a lot more things. And it not only transfers your information, but it actually digs. It basically empties the phone. And that's a product from a company called Celebrite. And that's how they cracked the phone from the shooting of the terrorist in San Bernardino. There's a way to do that, and that's the company that did it. They're an Israeli company. Okay, so moving on.
Where you going?
I got stuff I gotta do, buddy.
Where you gonna run me to McDonald's so I can drop that
I'll
off?
take you tomorrow, okay?
Sure.
Either tomorrow or Thursday.
You want a pizza?
No, I was just saying.
No.
I can order a pizza. I mean, y'all are taking your time. It's the least I can do is order a pizza. You good with pizza?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, what do you like?
Whatever, to be honest.
Okay, order a large pizza. Miss Leslie, you want something?
8090.
No, I have to go. My husband went to pick beans out of our garden.
Okay.
And I've got the stuff to
Hello?
get 'em.
Hunter, order up a large pizza. Who do you like? Like anybody, Domino's, or who do you like?
What you trying to get?
Honey,
Hello?
And do they deliver?
Yeah,
Cool with that?
Yeah, I'm chilling. No matter.
Okay.
We're good anytime.
Okay. So, Mom, what do you want me? How do you want me to address him?
You can call me by my name. It's up to her though.
Is it up to you?
Yeah, it's up to her.
Okay.
The people. Well, what do they call the people that came last time?
The TBI?
Yeah, they said that as long as people get the okay from her that they can do that.
Okay. Okay. So I'll get permission from you. We'll put that on camera so that there's no questions. Okay. And then we'll just start talking. You cool with that?
That's true.
Okay.
Now, see, off camera during all the pizza stuff, he was, what's a good word for it? Pitching to his mom, let me do this, and she finally, capitulated to him, and that's their business. It's not mine. So, I wasn't going to get into that. Now, obviously, some of the things he was doing, vaping, drinking, all the other stuff, I obviously told him, don't do that. Don't do that anymore, please. It's not good for you. Whether or not he's involved or not, that's none of my business. Being his surrogate father for a moment, but I would have stopped him immediately. So they finally agree. She says, "Okay, call him Hunter." I said, "Okay."
Okay. So, Miss Allison.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I am here with your son, whose name is.
Hunter.
Are you okay that I call him Hunter?
Yes.
Okay, you're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that, number one. Okay. So, Hunter.
What's up?
What's up, dog? How you doing?
Good, you?
Good.
Okay, so I've heard a couple of things about the yawning, right? And I see Diamond Paul. Thank you so much for putting that in there. So the yawning. I'm not a doctor. He tells me that he has ADHD. I talked to some parents, some folks that have said, look, the yawning could be, I know it's also a signal, a sign of deception. So, I think we need to all operate under, we just don't know. Okay. Mom says, some things about his medical conditions, which is none of my business, nor am I going to put it here on YouTube. Okay. But, those other things could be, associated to, some condition that he has. I'm not saying it is, I don't know. Okay? But I want to keep an open mind. And I hope, all of us will be respectful and classy here in the chat because we are talking about, a 15-year-old, and I do not want to disparage him. We're going to let the authorities figure that piece out in the interview with him. Okay. The other thing is Allison looks like she's yawning when she's not yawning. She's actually burping. Okay. And it was primarily after eating all that pizza. and drinking all of that Mountain Dew. Okay. So, sitting there, I'm watching her extensively. Now, there are times in there where she's given him the stink eye, don't go down that road, was my impression. But there's a lot of things going on here, okay, that everybody, has misinterpreted. Okay. So I just want to put that up front, and we really get an understanding of his inability to completely focus when he brings out that popper. And you heard him earlier on in the first part of this interview. You can hear that doggone popper going, from the moment I sat down, and then add the dogs, stir, okay, and it's not the type of environment that I was used to, popping off. But but towards the end, at some point, the investigators will be able to reflect upon this, and they'll be in a much better controlled scenario. And you'll notice they came 3 separate times and sat on that porch and had the same distractions. So we'll see what happens.
So, man, there's been a lot of stuff going, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, help me out. Tell me about that day.
The whole day?
Yeah.
So.
And if you could speak up, because remember, I'm deaf.
Yeah.
Because why am I deaf?
By the way,
Because I'm old, remember?
Yeah. I'm gonna use this as a reference.
Okay. And why is that?
It's a phone.
No. Okay, go.
I was gonna say that she texted me saying that her grandma was in the hospital.
Do you have those texts?
No, the TBI has my phone.
Got it.
I'm just using her dad's phone.
Okay.
Well,
Your grandfather that passed away.
phone.
Okay, got it.
So that day that she texted me, and she said, my grandma's in the hospital. Well, her mom's in the hospital, but we called her grandma at the time like we used to. So I called her up. I said, y'all want to come over here for a bit? Because she's going to be in the hospital for a while. Because she messed up her knee or whatever. And she said, yeah, if that's okay with Allison.
And that's mom.
Yeah, that's mom.
Okay.
And so...
But she called her Allison.
Yeah, she calls her Allison.
Okay.
And so next thing you know, I tap mom because she's half asleep because she works at the time she did. But what's that thing? Oh, I asked her if they could come over. She said yeah for a little bit because grandma was on her way. She was on the way. And so mom, she said it was okay, and she said she'd be over in like 5-10 minutes. Now I'm telling you, I don't do good with times because I really don't look at the clock. So if I mess up sometimes, that's on me. Because I'm really bad with doing times.
Now, he gave a waiver there. Okay? And he probably gave that waiver because he'd been interviewed by the FBI, TBI, and all the other authorities multiple times. So he probably, from the get-go, was messing up his times. Right? So what he did here was he presented it. Okay? I'm not good with times. If I mess up with times, it's on me. Okay? And what he's doing is he's realizing that he's nervous. He's already been interviewed by the feds and a variety of other people. And so he doesn't want that, presenting itself a la there's something wrong. Okay. Now, compare that to Don, okay, who really, had not been interviewed extensively yet, to him saying, oh, I got caught for, talking in past tense. Okay. Well, one is a 15-year-old boy who may have some, conditions, and I mean, may or may not, again, it's just my opinion. I don't know. And then a grown man who is clearly, okay, presenting a narrative. Okay. So the fact that he brought it up versus Don getting called out on it, it may be an indication that, is actually a good thing.
You're 15.
Yeah. And so she pulls up she gets out the car with Summer, and supposedly the kids went to work with the father. And so
Now you say the kids. Who are the kids?
Wyatt and Josie.
So the boys.
Yeah, the boys.
Okay, when
Now, he qualifies that right up front, supposedly. Remember, he's with Candace. She's who he's referring to. She gets out of the car, and supposedly, the kids went to, work with Don. And so he's clearing, he's saying up front, look, I don't know 100%. I'm just saying right now, this is what I heard, or this is what I know. Okay, so he's talking first person of hearing it, not hearsay. This is eyewitness testimony. Did you hear, or what did you hear from Candace? Okay, well, supposedly, blah blah blah. Okay, now if he would have said, and Don said, that's hearsay evidence that will never make it to trial. Okay, but this may make it to trial if it's true. Okay.
to work with Dawn.
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And so I meet her, I dap everybody up. That's just how I am. So I dap her up, I said, how you doing? Because it's been a long time since I've heard from her.
Okay.
I hear from her like once in a while on Snapchat.
Okay.
Well, I did until I blocked her because of all this stuff that's going on.
Now tell me what it means when you say you tapped them up. What it,
Oh,
so
dap
people
her
that
up.
so people that don't know that.
Like a handshake.
Okay, so so show me.
It's just like this.
What's
That's
up,
all.
dog? Or one of
That's
those,
it,
right?
yeah.
I get it. Okay, go ahead. See, I knew that, but people don't know that. Right. So let's make that clear. So somebody can't say, "Oh, look what he did." Okay.
Yeah, then so she pulls up there in front of that mailbox.
Okay.
And so I dap her up like usual. She comes in.
Now, if that was true, that supposedly the boys went with Dawn, well, then that wouldn't make any sense when Dawn calls while she's in the drive-thru picking up the prescription, saying, "When are you coming home?" Okay. Or somebody's up here looking at the kids, etc. Okay. Or Candace saying, the boys were in here watching videos, playing video games. Okay. So something's not jiving here. Right from the get-go. Red flag, 34-9.
We're all sitting down. I asked her what happened to her grandma because she wouldn't tell me over the phone. She said that she hurt her knee because of kids. Where did she say she went on vacation for? Gatlinburg. She said she went to Gatlinburg for a little vacation with the kids, and the kids kept kicking her leg. And she has supposedly a plastic knee or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they took her to the hospital. We came in here for.
Do you know what hospital? Do you know? Not mom. Do you know?
It's the one downtown.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called, but it's the one downtown.
Okay,
It's the
mom.
main
Do you
hospital.
know the name of it?
Holston Valley.
Christian Valley.
No, Holston Valley.
Holston Valley. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Now, I also want to point out something that, remember, Leslie had to go to work or had to get home to her family. But look at the tension, how it is dropped extensively here, okay? With Allie, with Grandma. Grandma's still, she's still suspicious of what's going to be said here, okay?
Okay, so she's here. Grandma's at the hospital.
Mhm.
And who's with her that
Just
day?
summer.
Just Summer. Okay.
Not the entire day until we pick up the grandma.
Okay, what time do you remember? I know you're not good at times. Guesstimate.
Okay, when I said you're not good at times, watch, Allie goes like this, like, yeah. Now, what, how do we interpret that, right? Is she saying, yeah, he's not good at times, I'm his mom, okay? And but before that, when the question was, who's here? He responds, Candace with Summer, and mom goes like that, okay? Now, is that a subtlety to say, okay, you're on track, stay with the narrative? I don't know yet, but I was picking that up in the very beginning.
I guess the time that we picked up the grandma.
No, the
Give me
time
really
she
close.
pulls up that morning.
Had to have been like around 11, right?
Okay.
or 10 or 11.
No, just from your memory, not from Mom's
I think
memory.
it was at least 10 because I was up all night.
And it could be wrong too, right? Okay, so let's just kind of put that right there, okay? Because like you said, you're not good with times right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the reason I did that is I want to give him an out. Okay? That whatever he's going to say, okay, I'm going to listen intently. Okay? And so I want to make sure that he understands, that's the playing field that he's on. Okay?
Just don't pay attention to time.
Straight up. Okay, so then what happened?
And then, like I said, I dapped up. We went inside, talked about it. And then she said, "You want to go fishing summer?" I said, "Do you care if I come with?" Because it's summer. And I treated her like a little sister.
Right.
And she said, "You got to ask Allie."
Okay.
But she calls her Candy or Candace. And then she calls her Allie or Allison.
Okay, so she asked you, do you want to go fishing?
No, I asked if I could come with because Summer was going.
Got it. And she says, ask your mom.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to ask her. She said that's fine because there's no problem with going fishing for a little bit and come back.
Sure.
Now, his reasoning for going is because Summer was going. Okay? That's what he's saying. Okay?
Sure. And what was, when you first saw Summer that day, what was your impression?
It's just how it usually is. Just like, yay, she's over here. I mean, I don't know.
What draws you to Summer and what draws her to you?
I mean, I think it's because I show her a lot of attention.
Oh, interesting.
Like,
Yeah.
not weird attention, but I show her attention.
No, I get it. Miss Robin shows her a lot of attention too in church.
Yeah, like, I'll sit there and she'd be like, "Give me a piggyback ride." I'll give her a piggyback ride.
Like an older brother.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that
because-
kind of an older brother sister kind of vibe going here?
Yeah, that's what it was because her brothers just always used to pick on her, so I just show her how a real brother should act.
Okay. Okay.
Even though I'm not saying I'm the best brother here, you guys damn.
You should talk.
Now, see, that's an interesting statement too, because I present an option for him, an older brother, to her, and for the attention, and he says, "Yeah, that's kind of how it is," and then he qualifies it, even though I'm not the best brother. Okay. Well, what does he mean as a 15-year-old? I think what he's saying is, to me, at this phase, he's being honest. Okay, he's being honest.
Talk to my brother, man. It'd be messed up.
But it was like I was her older brother. Like they treated us like family, and we treated them like family.
Okay.
At one point in time, until one mess that happened with them that just split us apart, and then she came that day.
Okay. Okay. So she's here. Summer's here. Candace is here. You get permission to go fishing because Summer's going fishing, and you were kind of acting like a big brother, and you thought it'd be cool to go with her.
Yeah,
Do I have that accurate?
that's pretty accurate.
Okay, not bad for an old man.
And I mean, I wanted to get out the house anyways.
Sure.
I ain't even gonna put it to her. I just wanted to get out the house.
Okay. And so what happened then?
And then her grandmother calls her and says to come pick her up when we're sitting right there.
Oh, interesting. So where are you sitting in the car?
At first, I was sitting on the front seat.
Okay.
Like she
Which
was
way's the car pointing?
Like
do you
your
remember?
truck right now?
Just like my truck?
Yes.
Okay.
It was dead serious like that, but with like a overhead to the bed part.
Okay.
So it sounds like Candace came over, parked out front. Summer, and comes up with the story. We're going to go, fishing, whatever, swimming hole, because it was changed later, yada yada. But it sounds like Hunter got in the car and was sitting out there with her and chatting it up. Okay, with Summer in the car.
Okay.
And we moved a box to the back.
Okay.
And then we moved the box to the very back, the first one where the overhead to the bed is, and then we put another one back behind, like that passenger seat right there.
Okay. And where's Summer?
So they're out there, just chatting along, and Grandma calls and says, "Hey, come get me." Basically, this is what he's saying, right? So what does he say? Happens next? Oh, we start moving stuff out of the truck. Okay. Well, is that to get making more room. It sounds that way because she's going to get in the back seat at some point.
Summer, she is on the driver's side, in the back seat.
Okay. Was there any milk or anything like that in the car at that time?
Not until we got the price list, which was like I think it was a few hours later.
Okay, got it. Okay. Was there any other stuff in the car?
Nah, there was just boxes and like TVs in the back and everything.
How was Summer acting toward about going fishing?
Well, she gets excited because she likes to fish and swim. She's a little kid. She's energetic.
Okay. And how's she dressed? Do you remember? When you first saw her?
When I first saw her, I think it was a pink little tank top or purple.
Okay.
And I don't really do good with like something that happened like 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Oh, that's cool. That's
I
cool.
can't remember having it yesterday.
He said, I'm not really good if something happened 3 weeks ago. Actually, it was pretty good because she was right on target. Okay. And they moved, stuff. It sounded like in the back seat to the very back of the truck. And I couldn't figure out if there's a TV there, but it sounded like the TV was in the very back and there were boxes and stuff like that in the truck.
It's cool. You should see me drive.
But when we left, I think she had shorts on at first.
Okay.
Yeah, because she had shorts on because her mom put her bathing suit on her.
Okay.
And
where did she put her bathing suit on her? Do you know?
Inside.
In the house?
Yes.
So she changed her in the house?
Yeah.
Did she take the clothes with her?
Yeah.
Miss Allison, do you know?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember.
She was dead asleep in the bathroom.
That's fine. That's fine. So she changes her clothes here.
That's a really interesting interaction, right? So it sounds like Candace and Hunter are having these conversations, which makes sense why he's sitting in the car out front. Okay. And mom is, out of service, as we call it, having a nap in the house. Okay. So this is where now I think it could go either way. Okay. About the bathing suit situation. All right. I'm going to put a red flag on this personally. Because that bathing suit has come and gone in a variety of different places by, both Candace and both Hunter. And it sounded like Allie was laughing there because, she probably was in the house asleep and he called her out on her.
And she takes her clothes with her?
Yeah.
Okay, then what happened?
But then, when she got changed from swimming, they had bought her an outfit to put on because they were supposed to go to Jonesboro, I think. Yeah, Jonesboro for this big park, like water park.
Okay. So that was the initial thought?
I guess so. I mean, I don't know.
You see, he said they bought her an outfit. They, whoever they is it Don? Is it Candace? I don't know. Okay. In his mind, he thinks they bought that outfit because of a water park. Okay. Well, is this what, obviously it doesn't sound like, if it is the same outfit that Don tells us that it's to, she was going to go to school in. Okay. So either Don has got it wrong or Hunter's got it wrong, or they both got it wrong. And that outfit doesn't exist and it's a bathing suit. But then we have the picture, right? So we can get into that later.
So what did you think was going to happen?
I thought we was just all gonna go fishing, swimming.
And then in the truck she changes the plan?
Nah, she changes it to swimming because she grabbed her mother.
Say it again?
She changed it to swimming because she grabbed her mother.
Oh, okay. So so from here, where do you guys go?
From here, we go to the hospital.
Okay.
Pick up her mother.
Pick up grandma.
Not even like 10 minutes later,
Okay.
we go to Walgreens.
Is that near the hospital?
No, it's on Fort Henry Drive.
Okay, so it's the Walgreens by the Warrior Park?
Yeah.
That one as you come out and it's right there?
Yes.
Okay. Not bad for an old man, huh?
No, not really.
Not bad, not bad. I'm cooking here.
So there's a So we went there.
You go there first,
And then,
after you pick up grandma.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
And then we put this prescription in.
Okay.
Which is like probably about like 10, 15 minutes.
Do you know what kind of drugs?
No, I have no idea. She wouldn't say the name to it.
Got it.
And then we handed that prescription. They said about like 10, 15. Well, it was going to be 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I was saying the line was long.
Okay.
Because you have
Who went inside the store?
Nobody went in. We went through the drive-thru.
Got it.
The drive-thru. And then while we were in the drive-thru, her husband calls her talking about this dude named Andy or Andrew on the property that's been there for like a week or so, she told me, that keeps stalking other kids.
Okay, so let's stop there, because this is one of the, problems that's going around. So let's listen to this again. I cut this all out.
10 minutes later,
Okay.
we go to Walgreens.
Is that near the hospital?
No, it's on Fort Henry Drive.
Okay, so it's the Walgreens by the Warrior Park?
Yeah.
That one as you come out and it's right there?
Yes.
Okay. Not bad for an old man, huh?
No, not really.
Not bad, not bad. I'm cooking here.
So there's so we went there.
You go there first,
And then,
after you pick up grandma.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
And then we put this prescription in.
Okay.
Which is like probably about like 10, 15 minutes.
Do you know what kind of drugs?
No, I have no idea. She wouldn't say the name to it.
Got it.
And then we handed the prescription. They said about like 10, 15. Well, it was going to be 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I was saying the line was long.
Okay.
Because you have
Who went inside the store?
Nobody went in. We went through the drive-thru.
Got it.
The drive-thru. And then while we were in the drive-thru, her husband calls her talking about this dude named Andy or Andrew on the property that's been there for like a week or so, she told me.
Okay, so this is critical. It's not Hunter coming up with this name. All right. She said this dude, Don, according to him, calls Candace. This dude named Andy, has been staying on the property, is touching kids or something about touching kids, right? It's critical to remember, Hunter did not come up with that name. Candace came up with that name. Candace came up with that name. Okay. Why did Candace say Don was calling to say this dude was on the property and he's been staying there? All right. Now, we know that mom's going to add, oh, and this guy named Billy, who's a drunk, according to her, and he's got the hots for grandma, Candace's mother. Okay. But this young man did not make that up. And I will assure you, I think at some point, the cell forensics information is going to verify that. Okay. So this is why it's important to listen to how he says it. It's not what he says. He's not talking about his father, whose name is Andrew, number one. Okay. He's talking about a guy that has familiarity to that property. Who that person is yet, okay, well, we're going to have to figure it out. I don't know how many Andrews, A's, or Andys have access to the Wells property. If you know who this person is, have them call me, would you? Just don't talk about them. Have them reach out to me. I would love to speak with them. Okay? Let's keep listening.
Keep stalking other kids.
Who's that?
Some dude named like Andy or Andrew. I have no idea who it was.
Okay. And why did Don call?
I have no idea. He just called. I don't even know if he was working at the time.
Okay.
But if he was working, he obviously wouldn't know that there was some dude looking at the little kids. I'm sorry, but there's a nice car over there.
Okay, so now let's go into the big picture here, right? If he's throwing this guy under the bus, why doesn't he say at this phase, okay, why does he introduce Don as making the phone call? Why doesn't he just say, okay, hey, by the way, there's a guy named Andy that used to hang out on the property, and he's been touching kids. Okay. So if it is part of a bigger narrative between Don and Candace, okay, and Hunter, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, okay, if it is, okay, well, why at this point, okay, he just doesn't come out and say, I don't even know the dude's name. Okay? It's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say and why you say it, okay, and how you say it. When the narrative that he gave about all the places they went have been verified. So for him, just to pull this out of a rabbit out of the hat and say it's part of a setup on Andy, well, the only way to answer that is invite Andy to come up and have a conversation one-on-one with me. I would love to talk to you. And, I talked to your ex. I'd love to talk to you. Okay? I have a bingo card for $1,000 that he won't do it. Okay. All right. Let's see. I know he beat her. Okay. And you know who you are. Okay. And I am so sorry that ever happened to you. So I would like to talk to whoever this Andy is.
There's a what?
A nice car right there.
Oh, okay.
I just keep looking at it because it's nice.
So this dude named Andrew, Don calls Candace.
And tells her about, I don't know if his name was Anthony, Andrews, or something with an A.
And tell me about that conversation.
All I heard was...
And how did you hear it?
I heard because I asked her why he called.
Okay.
The only thing that she told me from the phone call is that there was some dude, Andrew, Anthony, Andy, whatever it was.
Okay.
Just the name A.
Okay.
That's all I remember. Is that he's been up on the property for a week or two trying to, I guess she said touch the little kids. That's what I was told.
He's trying to have what?
Touch the little kids.
Touch the kids?
Like give him a hug or something. I don't know.
What do you think? Do you think that's true?
I mean, it could be because she's had this, name was Billy, right? Yes, Billy.
Now, he's talking about Andy, okay? And then he says, the guy's been up on the property, touching the kids. Now, I'm not going to read into that in totality, okay? Because we don't know exactly what that means. I don't know exactly what that means. So in my opinion, that could be yelling at the kids. That could be threatening the kids. That could be, patting the kids on the head saying, how are you guys doing? Okay, it's great to see you guys. I don't know what that means. Okay? And I don't think Hunter knew what that means. Okay? Because it would have been easier for him to say Billy, okay, was, the problem. Okay? Because later on in the interview, as we know now, okay, he qualifies who Andy is in his mind. Okay? And that is Candace's drug dealer, who she buys weed from. Okay? So what we have to do is find out how many Andys have access to that property who sell weed. Okay? If you know who that person is, please have Andy call me. I'm not buying any weed. Okay? I just want to talk to you.
Billy was up there doing that stuff until we got arrested.
And Billy is the brother,
No.
the son.
Nope.
No.
Billy was an old drunk.
An
He's
old
what?
drunk.
He was an old drunk that was a friend of theirs that used to get in arguments with his.
So it's obvious Allie knows who this Billy guy is at length, and she's staying away from qualifying if she knows an Andy. Okay? From an investigative perspective, okay, that's probably because they mentioned say nothing. And that's why Hunter, in the beginning of the interview, said, if it's okay as long as I don't go on any national TV programs. And he looked at his mother and he said, if I do, she has to be with me. Okay. And everybody went like that.
Wife.
And go
His
up to
wife
their
would
house.
take him out, and he would go up there and sleep in one of the sheds on the property.
Got it. And who was Billy trying to touch?
Well, Billy had the hots for grandma.
The grandma.
Got it. But what about the kids?
Oh no, he wasn't around the little kids. His mom wouldn't allow that with their mom.
So why would Don, in your opinion, call Candace while you're in the line at Walgreens to say there's some dude on the property wanting to touch the kids? Help me understand that.
I mean, at first I thought because he calls her like every 2 hours because he works.
Okay.
I thought he was just doing his daily checkup.
Okay.
But then she told me about that. I was like, how does he even know that if he's supposedly working?
And what did she say?
I didn't say that. I was just saying in my mind.
And in your mind, what did you come to? What did you deduct?
Deduct? I thought that was just suspicious.
Really?
Yeah, and then later, when she called me and told me that happened, I was with my girl at the time, just hanging over in Bristol at a park.
Okay.
She calls me while we pull up to that park. This is that Summer's missing.
So who were you kicking it with at the park?
Oh, just my girl.
Okay, just
And her
you guys.
mom and her brothers and her sister.
Okay, straight up.
That was just it with our entire family. Because weren't you at the ball field? Yep.
This is a great question, my King of Kings. Why didn't they call the cops? Actually, I think the cops were already aware of them. In fact, they, again, they interviewed them 3 separate times. And so, this was before me. I'm 3 weeks into her disappearance. They had already been to Hunter and had him interviewed 3 separate times. And I confirmed that this information was provided to the investigators early on.
He was at the ball field.
Okay, so before we get there, let's go back to the drive-through at Walgreens. Then what happened?
Then we went, well, she had to go get cigarettes because her mom complains of cigarettes all the time.
Where'd she get the cigarettes?
All right, so you know that Walgreens, right?
Yeah.
So there's this like daycare around there somewhere. It's called like Kitty College.
Yeah, I saw that on the side, on the right.
Yeah, so there's a discount tobacco store.
Got it.
By I guess that place. I think it's by that McDonald's maybe.
Okay.
And KFC. No, it's up by Long John Silver's.
Okay.
It's like right across from it.
And where's Grandma sitting in the car?
No, she's sitting on the passenger side where she was sitting.
Okay. And where are you and where is Summer?
Summer was sitting on the, okay, so you know how there's like 3 seats in the back?
Behind Grandma or behind Candace?
Oh, she was sitting in the middle of it all.
And why is she sitting in the middle at this point?
Because I asked to sit on the side because her grandma just got out the hospital and she was like, let me sit in the passenger seat. I said, okay, so I sat behind her mom.
Okay, got it. So then what happened? She goes and buys cigarettes?
And
who gets out of the car?
Just Candace.
Just Candy? Do you call her Candy?
No, I call her Candace.
Candace?
Yeah.
Okay. Is her nickname Candy though?
No, that's her mother's nickname.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So Candace gets out.
Gets out. She goes grabs cigarettes. She buys a puff bar. She buys
A what?
a puff bar. It's
Oh, okay.
a little nicotine vape.
Got it.
I don't know if everybody else knows that, but it's a nicotine vape.
Got it. What color was it?
It was black and purple.
Okay. Was there a blue one?
Blue one? Yeah, that one was hers.
That's hers.
Yeah, because she got a blue Skittles one.
Okay. Then what happened?
And then she bought the Twisted Tea.
Twisted tea. How many?
Just one.
Just one. And bottle or can?
Look like it's a can. If I could get a picture real quick, I'll show you what it looks like.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm believing the kid at this point still. I mean, not all. I mean, just 90% of what he's saying, I'm thinking, okay, does that make sense? Okay, does that make sense? Okay. And to the point where I said, what did you get? And he goes, well, let me show you. All right. Because he even cops out that, yeah, she gave it to me, yeah, because, and I drank it, now whether, she just gave it to him and it's Candace's fault, or if it's his fault, like he said, did you, I asked him, did you ask for it? Yeah, well, yeah, okay. How many did you drink? Well, one at first, and he said, well, let me show you what it is. Okay. Well, at 15, in the middle of a very high profile missing girl, okay, to lie about a tea, I don't know. It's probably not a good idea, right, to do that, because what the investigators were focusing on when they came back was his timeline, not whether or not he was drinking, this tea stuff. Okay? They wanted to know, at what time were you moving with this event? Meaning, what time did you get to Walgreens? Now, what that told me was there is some significant verification in that timeline taking place at 3 weeks into this investigation. Okay? What I do know is, because I asked them, is, where or when was the authorities here, FBI, TBI, and did they take anything, such as receipts, any video? Do you have video, that kind of stuff? Okay. Well, even Walgreens, verified some things. They verified that there were investigators who were ringing the doorbell pretty quickly. Well, they rang that doorbell not because of Candace. They rang the doorbell because of this young man that we're listening to. And they wanted to verify some of those events. Now, whether they've all been verified or not, I can't answer that at this point. I think we're all listening, though, and forgetting that this was 3 weeks after Summer was reported missing. And that he is, this is a great question, okay? Or this is a great comment. How do we know that? This comment. Luna, how do we know that, other than people saying it? How do we know Don was at work that day? How do you know that, other than other people saying it? How do they know it? Okay. That's pure speculation right now, in my opinion. That is not factual in nature. The only way we're going to know that is the person that showed TBI or the FBI that was true. Until that time, it's a rumor. It's a rumor. Okay? I don't deal in rumors here. Okay, so let's keep that up front, because that's putting this young man in a very problematic situation. Would you agree? And I know you do. Okay, because I know your heart's in it for Summer. 1,000%, like everybody else on here.
It's a whole can, if I'm correct.
You doing okay, bro? Yeah, okay, cool.
I just know that they have to have done something because she did not walk off of that property. That's all I know. Twisted. I just yawned so much for no reason. That's what it looks like.
Oh, okay. So let me show this. Oops. Man, oh man, I'm not the smartest tool. There we go. Right there, twisted tea in a yellow container. Okay. Okay, cool. You get the twist. She buys
just one.
One. I don't want to mess up your phone, bro.
I'll just cut it off.
I'm an Apple guy.
Yeah, I am too. It's just that I gotta use that till I get enough money to buy me one.
Got it. Okay, so then what happens?
Then after that, we go to the horse stable part.
So you drive to the horse stable?
Straight to the horse stable.
Right from there, you go right to the horse. Where's Grandma at this point?
Grandma, she just in the car on her phone.
Okay.
I think
that's your pizza. You got the discount store.
Okay, did you guys catch that? As I did. I mean, I know you did, right? But we did just now. Grandma was in the car. Okay. Well, they were, right, at the horse stable. Where was Grandma? Listen.
We go to the horse stable part.
So you drive to the horse stable?
Straight to the horse stable.
Right from there, you go right to the horse. Where's Grandma at this point?
Grandma, she just in the car on her phone.
Okay.
Grandma sitting in the car on her phone. Now it makes sense when I asked Candace, where was Grandma? And she gave me the narrative of, you know, how she was holding on to her as they made their way down to the water hole. Okay. And I thought that was interesting. I thought that was, and still do, actually, to this day. I still do. Okay.
I think
that's your pizza. You got the discount store, and you head right to the water park. Okay, walk me through what Summer's doing at that moment.
Well, at that moment, she was holding my hand like this, like with her arms wrapped around, because she gets cold when the window's down, and so it was down, and we were just watching TikTok.
So she's snuggling with you?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, and you're watching TikTok videos? Which ones did you watch?
I don't even know, I just scrolled through the thing, to be honest.
Okay. Was she laughing?
Yeah, of course.
She seemed normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that call that Candace got from Don.
Okay, I took him back, which is a technique, to see if he was gonna, if we had any more, slack in his story. Okay, so I took him right from the water hole back to the call at Walgreens. Okay, and what I was doing is trying to layer over his first statements to see if that statement was going to start doing this move. Okay, let's listen.
Tell me about that call again.
The call? So, where her phone is in the middle of the truck, you know, the console part.
Okay.
It was right there, and he called, and she said, everybody be quiet, so we all was quiet.
Specific information, minutia details, on the console, the phone. He calls. He's going to qualify who he is. Okay. Candace says, everybody be quiet. Okay. Very, very specific minutia details. Okay. Instead of picking it up again, Don just called and said, blah, blah, blah. Here he slows down. He's a little more comfortable, and he's going to layer on top of that first statement that he made?
Her mom was going through her phone. I turned my phone off till she was done to see if I could listen in on anything suspicious or anything. And then after she got off, I go, "What do you call about?" She goes, "There's been this dude. I know it starts with an A for sure. I just can't figure out the rest of it."
Okay, hang on real fast.
Again, he's not sure. Okay, he's still in this, this mood. So he's thinking. Okay? He's trying to think. Remember when Elizabeth Smart's sister couldn't remember who that guy was at the house? It turned out to be the handyman. Okay? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and that he's processing. What I was looking for in this interview, as close as I was to him, is his cognitive response through his eyes, his kinetics. So did he go like this to kind of reminisce what was I seeing? Okay. You'll notice when you start to think about something, if you typically, the human behavior will start to look up. Okay. And that eye movement in of itself is trying to tap in to a distant memory. Okay. No, you're trying to recall events. Okay. And I was watching him extensively as he was thinking through that process. And he did it a couple times. He didn't miss a beat, actually. And I'm going to play that back. So let's listen to it.
Is the battery dying in the camera? Okay,
The battery died.
The second one?
Yeah, there's another one in the back.
The battery died at the worst time. Sorry about that. But my sweetheart had it handled.
Go back to.
You're back?
Continue, yep.
She's back.
She is.
If you remember?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth, though.
No, you're not. It's
Okay.
chill.
Then what happens? From there, you guys go where?
From the drugstore,
Yeah.
we got to that place by the stables.
Okay. And you say that place, is that the swimming hole?
I don't even know if it's allowed to be called a swimming hole. That's why I call it that place.
Got it. Straight up. Now, is this Warrior Park?
No, it's not in Warriors Park. It's at the stables, the horse stables.
Yes, sir.
Warriors Horse Stables or whatever they're called.
Okay, got it. And is this where you guys got out and went swimming?
Yeah, that little hole.
At some point, where she give you something?
Yeah, that Twisted Tea.
And when did she give you that?
As soon as we got out the car.
Right, as soon as you got down there? And did she have one?
No.
Did she have any alcohol? You get the twist, she buys
Just one.
one.
Because she was her grandma just got out the hospital and she was like, we go to the horse stable part.
So you drive to the horse stable.
Straight to the horse stable.
Right from there, you go right to the horse. Where's Grandma at this point?
Grandma, she just in the car on her phone.
Okay.
I think
That's your pizza. You got the discount store, and you head right to the water park. Okay. Walk me through what Summer's doing at that moment.
Well, at that moment, she was holding my hand like this, like with her arms wrapped around, because she gets cold when the window's down, and so it was down.
And what he showed me was her kind of snuggling up to him like this. Okay.
Just watching TikTok.
So she's snuggling with you.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, and you're watching TikTok videos. Which ones did you watch?
I don't even know. I just scroll through the thing.
Okay, okay. Was she laughing?
Yeah, of course.
She seemed
Perfectly fine.
she seemed normal.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that call that Candace got from Dawn. Tell me about that call again.
The call. So where her phone is in the middle of the truck. You know the console part.
Okay.
It was right there, and he called, and she said everybody be quiet. So we all was quiet. Her mom was going through her phone. I turned my phone off till she was done to see if I could listen in on anything suspicious or anything. And then after she got off, I go, "What do you call about?" She goes, "There's been this dude. I know it starts with an A for sure. I just can't figure out the rest of it."
Okay. Hang on real fast. Is the
Okay. When he said, I can't figure out the rest of it. Now, again, also notice the reaction of mom. Okay? Allie is here like this, leaning forward. She's looking at her phone. As he's saying, Andrew, or whatever, right? He's starting to drop some names. Okay. She's just like, whatever. Okay. Whatever. Yep. Okay. Yep. I was sitting here when he told the FBI that. Basically, that's what I'm thinking. Right. Okay. Right. And then he says, when his phone's off, I'm trying to listen, okay, to hear if I can overhear what they're saying. Okay. And, he makes out what he says.
Battery dying in the camera. Okay, there.
You're the second one?
Yeah, there's another one in the
So
back.
go back to.
You're back.
Continue. Yep.
She's back. No, but we'll cut all this out, so some of it we'll just splice together. Okay, so you're at now. Summer is. You're watching TikTok videos. She's acting normal. Is she in her bathing suit at this point? Because she'd been changed at the house.
Yeah,
or,
she is.
If you remember.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Though.
No, you're not. It's
Okay.
chill.
Then what happens? From there, you guys go where?
From the drugstore,
Yeah.
we got to that place by the stables.
He didn't miss a beat. He knew exactly where he was. And he asked me, from the drugstore?
Okay. And you say that place, is that the swimming hole?
I don't even know if it's allowed to be called a swimming hole. That's why I call it that place.
Got it. Straight up. Now, is this Warrior Park?
No, it's not in Warriors Park. It's at the stables, the horse stables.
Yes, sir.
Warriors Horse Stables or whatever they're called.
Okay, got it. And is this where you guys got out and went swimming?
Yeah, that little hole.
At some point, where she give you something?
Yeah, that twisted tea.
And when did she give you that?
As soon as we got out the car.
Right, as soon as you got down there? And did she have one?
No.
Did she have any alcohol?
No, because she had to drive.
Okay, so she gives you the alcohol.
Yeah.
Did you ask for it?
Not until after she got it.
Okay.
I mean,
so,
I ain't never gonna lie.
no, okay, so
That would have been a perfect opportunity to say, no. Okay. But he qualifies it. Okay. I asked him, did she give it to you? Meaning, was it her intent to give it to you? And he said, not until you heard him. Okay. And then he says, I'm not going to lie. Okay. Well, that's crucial because he's already been, vetted, for lack of a better term, by TBI, FBI multiple times on that exact porch. So he's doing the math. He knows, they all know this is going on YouTube and that the authorities are going to be watching. Okay. And now, if he would have lied again, hypothetically, then the authorities would already be ringing his doorbell again, okay, immensely. Okay.
after she bought it, you said, hey, can I have that?
Yeah, she just said yeah.
And she just kicked it onto you, gave it to you.
She does that. You can ask her.
Okay, well, I'll ask you because you're the one, if she handed it to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what about the
vape?
Yeah, the vape.
Oh, we was both hitting it.
Okay. And is that, do you do that a lot?
What, vape?
Yeah.
I mean, when I have them, yeah.
Okay.
There's just like nicotine vapes.
Okay. Don't vape, man. Okay.
Vape.
All right. Your uncle here said don't vape. Don't vape. No more vaping. Okay. Mom, no vaping over here.
Yeah, no vaping.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Okay. So from there, what happened? Or at that moment, what happens? Do you go in the water first, or who goes in the water?
Summer was in the water because I was drinking the tea at the time.
Got it. Where were you at?
I was just standing around.
Now, think about that. He's drinking alcohol. He cops out that he's drinking alcohol and that he's not in the water yet. He says Summer is in the water. Okay. Why did, he could have just said, yeah, I went in the water. Okay. But you see, this is a non, it's just a free flow of information. It's just a free flow of information from his mind, okay, going forward. Thank you.
Her mom was watching
What are you talking about?
TikTok. Like, she was on TikTok looking at funny videos.
Okay.
And then she...
Okay, so now he's got mom somehow out of the car and down at the water hole. Okay.
She was looking through Facebook. We just have like our normal conversation.
And like what?
Like, we just talk about what we've done the past week, how long we haven't seen each other for. That's just what we just mainly do, just hang out.
Okay. Does she like you?
No.
Not in that way?
She has a husband.
Okay, but in that way, does she like you?
No.
Did you get that vibe at all?
Nah, she just treated me like her adopted son, if I
Okay.
can say that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Red flag. Not convinced.
And from there, where's Grandma at this point?
She was still in the car because she had a call to get her phone turned on.
Okay, whose phone is she using?
She's using her phone.
Okay, but it's turned off.
No, her phone's not turned off. I was saying, like, it's not turned all the way off. Like, there's like no minutes to it.
Got it. So she's got one of the like burner phones,
No,
load
she has a
minutes to it.
Straight Talk. She has a Straight Talk phone. She had to
Got it.
call Straight Talk to put money in it,
Got it.
so she got minutes for the rest of
A
the
lot of senior citizens use those.
Yeah.
Do you think I need one?
What, Straight Talk phone?
Don't answer that, Hunter.
Our grandma does though.
Oh,
Have a free phone.
there you go. There you go.
I mean, it's still a government phone.
There you go. Okay, straight up. So she's in the car. You're with Candace. Summer's in the water. Walk me through that. What do you see happening?
See it happening? I just see her swimming like usual.
How far out is she?
Okay, so you got that TikTok on your phone or something? Because I want to like show them precisely like the exact how far she goes.
Okay. And who took this TikTok?
Her mother.
Candace.
I mean, you might see me throw up a gang sign, but
Did you take a TikTok?
I'll do TikToks.
Okay. Did you do pictures? You do Instagram, Twitter?
I mean, I do pictures with my girl, but that's it.
Right. Did you do a picture with her, with Summer that day?
Nah, she was just taking a video.
Candace was.
Yeah.
Okay.
She took a whole video of all of us over there.
Okay. Who's all of us?
Me, her mom, and Soleil.
Got it. So mom gets out of the car at some point?
Yeah, at some point. I don't even know what point that is.
Okay, that's cool.
She just gets out the car when she's done with the phone, and then they tell me about that water park.
Okay. So at some point...
Yeah, if you're just joining with us, I see questions in here about the yawning. I answered it in the very beginning of this video show. I don't want to hit it again, but if you get a chance and you just want to watch the very first part of the video, it's in the very beginning. But yeah, there are a couple of opinions in relationship to that.
Now, after that, swimming, you're going to go to a water park.
No, I was saying like for that Friday coming up.
Got it. Okay, so this is a plan ahead.
Yeah, it
coming.
was a plan ahead, but I still had to ask my probation officer. That's why we was gonna do it that Friday.
Okay, okay. So you would need permission to go.
Yeah, because it's in Jonesboro. It's
Got it.
out of the city.
Got it, got it.
And technically I'm not allowed to leave this city without her permission.
Without your mom's?
Yeah.
Or your PO's?
Hers mainly.
Huh?
The PO will sign it as long as she says okay, that's what I'm saying.
I got signed for him to go cross state lines for graduation.
Got it, got it.
But that was way before all that.
That's cool. So that's another story. Let's just focus on.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on any of that here on my channel anyway. If other people want to talk about that, they're more than welcome to. I'm focused on Summer, okay, and I'm listening to him. He said he's on probation. He has a PO. His PO has given him authorization to talk to his mom about whether or not he can go places. Okay, that's as far I think we should leave it, and just kind of let's stay the course here to some of the other stuff. Now, whatever that means from him, okay, he's on probation. He's done something. And what that is, it's none of my business. That's the juvenile court system, and I'm not going to go there.
on what's going on with Summer.
Tennessee in Hawkins County. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation said.
I do love that part, and I have to give a shout out to Plunder, who got that TikTok video up, because that's the one he referenced. I love her channel.
A family member reported her missing to the sheriff's office.
Oh, that's cool. That's fine. I've seen that. That's the video where she's in the water, and you're kind of on the beach there or on the shoreline there.
You see, there's a little like tree there or a log.
Yeah.
She went like as far as that, but not no farther.
Okay.
I just seen that she was underwater for like 10, 15 seconds. So I was like, "Are you okay?" And I pulled up. She said,
I'm going to stop this real fast because I'm going to show you a comment that I think is pretty interesting. But anyway, it basically says, let's not focus on the PO or the whole situation. Well, if we focus on the PO, to your point, and I'm not even going to put you up. Okay, you're right. You're not focusing on Summer. Okay, and don't underestimate me. I know what time it is with that.
"Yeah, I'm just swimming underwater."
Okay, so you see a point where Summer is underwater.
For like 10 to 15 seconds.
Okay, walk me through that.
So I'll go in calm as heck because I know she might just be messing around.
Did you think she was injured?
No,
Could she have been?
She could have been. I mean,
Help me understand that.
I mean, she could have been when she got back into the car, like how the water gets through your lungs and everything else.
Okay.
And how she was in the hot car while they went to the stores and everything.
Okay, so let's go from the moment you see her. And
See, the interesting part of this for me was the fact that Hunter also had some theories. So he's projecting early on that Summer could be hurt. So that's, part of this puzzle here. Okay? And so, keep that in mind when you listen to him. He may be thinking that she was hurt. In fact, I even asked him a couple of times, and we can hear it, is does he think there's more to this, right? And he, answers us, right? He answers us. So let's keep moving.
And what did you do?
I just throw my shirt down and just threw myself into that water to see if she's okay.
Okay, so you got scared.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, walk me through those emotions.
I was just like, I don't really get scared or nothing, to be honest. I just get a little bit like spooked.
Got it.
Spooked.
Okay.
Like, how do I put that? Like, spooked. Like, I get a little bit like shook for a second.
Right.
That's it.
Okay, so you got nervous.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
And did you call her?
Yeah, I was like, Summer, but I don't know if you can hear underwater like that.
So can you see her underwater?
No, yeah, you could see her. I could see her. It's just that I always wanted to make sure that she was okay.
Got it, straight up. And what happened?
I just pull her up, bring her over my shoulders. I say, "Are you okay?" She goes, "Yeah."
Did she?
Now, what's interesting, right? I think we can all agree that these are pretty spontaneous statements here, is what they call it, right? And from an investigative process, he's there drinking tea, this alcohol tea. Mom and grandma are paying attention to flowers and TikToks. He says he's projecting himself as a lifeguard, that he's watching her, and she goes underwater. And she's underwater. And we've heard a variety of different times, but it scares him. And then he, like a 15-year-old, kind of qualifies it with, well, it didn't really scare me, and he's trying to just be a 15-year-old, it spooked me, okay? In my opinion, just sitting across from him, because I'm watching him very carefully, and I'm watching how grandma here is responding. Whether she's looking at him, signaling him in any way, shape, or form, that ain't happening. Okay? What is happening is he is telling what I think may have a piece of this puzzle. I don't know for sure, okay, but in my opinion, he is checking off some boxes here that I think a lot of people also have the same opinion watching him.
He spit up water or anything?
She did spit up water.
Was she laughing?
She was just laughing, yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying because after the effect of that, because it was a short period of time before they dropped me off that she said that she was missing.
Got it, straight up. So in that moment where she's in the water, how much time do you think, just a guesstimate, between the moment you saw her underwater and the moment you got her up out of the water?
At least like 4 seconds.
Okay, 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So what was Candace doing when Summer was under the water?
Talking to her mom.
And what was the grandma doing?
Talking back, looking for flowers.
What do you mean?
She always picks flowers everywhere she goes, or rocks.
So are they looking for flowers?
Nah, she was talking about there were flowers one day that she wanted, that they were there. I guess they go there every time now, I don't know.
Okay.
But them flowers, she said that they were very pretty flowers and that she wished she could pick some of them.
Okay.
I guess that was what they was talking about before I went to go grab her.
Okay, but then you noticed Summer.
Yeah.
Were you concentrating on Summer?
Yeah.
While drinking the tea?
Yeah, I was staying focused on her mainly.
So you're kind of like the lifeguard.
Yeah.
Am I wrong, or I mean,
No,
correct?
you're correct. You're correct.
Okay.
I pay attention. I might not see. I could be staring that way, but still see you.
Got it. I do the same thing. Okay.
I just keep an eye on what I observe things more often than people do.
You're street smart.
Yeah.
You're wise, because you never know, right?
That's why I've noticed that before you even told me.
I know. Somebody could walk up on you and boom, next thing you know it, right? Right?
Now, obviously, I'm playing a little game with him that, I'm giving him more, little credit to maintain his course in terms of the conversation. A lot of times, obviously, kids that think they're gangbangers or, whatever wannabes, what I meant by that is those of you who understand it is, when you're in certain places, people walk up on you and in that culture or that, mentality, boom, they can take you out from behind. Okay? And, that's where I was going with that. So he's kind of, playing, into it, like he's, a tough guy, right? He's 15.
So you're watching her, she's underwater or goes underwater. Did you see her go underwater?
No, I didn't see her go underwater because she was showing me a TikTok that she done with the dogs and the dirt bikes.
Got it. Candace was.
Yeah.
So your focus was on the TikTok.
For a second there, but then when I turned my eye that way, I just seen that. I don't know how long she could have been under there for, but I just seen her.
Now, what you can't see is behind me to my right is Allie and her daughter, and Grandma is looking at them. It looks like she's looking at Hunter. She's not. She's looking over my shoulder at them standing there because their daughter, Allie's daughter, goes across the street, okay, and that's where you hear her yell. Okay? So everybody reading into she's watching me, and that's not happening. Okay? That's not happening. Okay? And what is happening is his statement about Grandma, i.e. Candace's mother, and Candace are focused on their TikTok videos, and they're, according to him, this is his statement, and their flowers, and he is drinking this tea, kind of, looking at Summer, and doesn't really know when she goes underwater. And he says this, okay? So there's a high probability or a possibility, there's a high possibility she could have been in underwater for a lot longer than what we really know.
Under the water, and I didn't see her come back up, so kind of shook me, so I was going to go see if she was okay.
So you went in?
Yeah.
Okay. You went in to rescue her?
It could have been longer, it could have been shorter. She could have just went under there at that point.
Right.
I don't know.
So you went in to rescue her?
See if she was okay, yeah.
And did you get her out?
Yeah, I got her out.
Okay.
To see if she's okay. Okay. So he was scared. he was scared.
And then not even like 15 minutes later, we went to grab that prescription that she needed.
Okay. How was she when she got out? Did she walk back to the car?
Yeah, she would walk back to the car.
She seemed normal?
She just seemed perfectly fine.
Okay. She seemed like Summer?
Yeah, mainly.
Did it seem like there was anything wrong with her being under that water?
Not really, but you gotta think as a little kid swimming, it can tire you out easily.
True.
So I don't know if she could have been sleeping when they dropped me off because I thought she was awake.
Okay. So from the water hole now, or I'll call it a water hole.
From the water hole,
Where do you go?
we go to this thing called Hippie House.
Hippie house?
And they sell like THC, CBD, the vapes.
Got it. So she's going to cop like another vape, or is she buying CBD?
She was gonna go in there to see what was in there because it just had opened.
Okay, so you get there to that house. It's called the Hippie House?
Yeah, it's literally. So you know how you come up from what's it called? The Warriors.
Yeah.
You know how you come up? There's like a few places on the side here. There.
Yes, sir.
There's a hippie house like. They used to go to this one. It's
Okay.
It's another tobacco store. I don't know. Who
Okay.
it is. That's probably one of the neighbors. It's another tobacco store.
Okay.
But she used to go to it. It's down there.
Right?
Mom, where's that tobacco store?
That's 22.
No, not that one. The other one.
Hippie house.
Not the hippie house. The tobacco store.
Thanks, Greg.
And that was just Grandma being funny.
Grandma.
Down by Warriors.
I don't know the name of that one.
No, which one I'm talking about? The white one.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll find it.
But it's
So what did
white.
she? Did you go in?
No, I can't go in. I'm under.
Who went in?
Her and her mother.
And that left you and Summer.
Yeah.
Was she talking to you?
Cause I would have the phone here and I'd make her swipe there. Because I don't really watch TikTok. I don't really like to do anything with camera on.
What was Summer talking about?
She was talking about LOLs. Because she likes a new thing. Her mom was talking about she done grew out of Frozen. Now she wants all these LOLs.
What's LOL? Laugh out loud?
Yeah,
No,
they're like
it's
little
some kind of
surprise
dolls.
dolls.
Little dolls.
Okay.
Okay, so I am 3 hours and 30 minutes into this. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it was going to take this long. So I have a question. Do you guys want me to finish this or do you want me to pick it back up tomorrow? I'm good either way. My sweet wife is telling me you are 3 hours into this. You all tell me, just give me a yes if you want me to keep going, or a no, let's pick it up tomorrow. I'm good either way. So I got a yes, stay here, finish. Okay, finish it, finish. Okay, please keep going. All right. I want to be respectful to each and every one of you. All right. All right. Yes, it is. I'll keep going. Here we go.
Which ones was she watching?
She was just watching. If I can remember it. No, she wasn't doing that. I was just saying she was talking about that.
Got it.
But she was mainly watching Poppets.
Okay.
I'll show you what that is, because we got one.
Oh, Pocket. Pocket.
watch.
Somebody would be involved in this thing.
Yeah, I
Right
just
here.
mess with them, because I have impulsive ADHD.
Okay, so she likes these. This is one of her favorite.
He has impulsive ADHD. You heard it from him. Okay. You heard it from him. And thank you guys so much for sticking with me on this. We sure to love you guys. We're so grateful. We're so grateful. Let's see here. All right.
For toys?
Not even.
No, it's something that she just got into.
Got
You
it.
over there?
Because she was scrolling through that. You, Miss Johnny May was fixing to leave. Alright, now
Miss Johnny was over there.
let us talk.
So she likes these.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're in the CBD store. How long were they in there?
Like 5 minutes tops.
And then what happened?
And then she came out with 2 vapes. She came out with hers and then another one she gave me.
She gave you one. Another one.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what took place then?
And then we went to grab that prescription.
That's when you went to the prescription?
Yes.
At Walgreens? Because it was ready?
Yeah.
Okay, how long do you think it took for that prescription to get ready?
Now, also to point out another point of reference here, he's got all the sequences, okay, in his mind. Dropped off the prescription, heard the phone call, went to Warrior Park, the water hole, done with that, go get the prescription, okay? Or Hippie House, then go get the prescription back at Walgreens, okay? Now, that, is pretty sequential. What was interesting about when I spoke with Candace, Candace says, look, I'm here to clear up the timeline. She doesn't say, I'm here to clear up all the places he said we went. And that's why when I asked her, okay, about, well, are all the places wrong? She said, no. You'll hear it on that other video, and I'm going to break that down coming up too. So, that in of itself is something to keep in reference. Okay?
So they said 35 minutes.
Okay.
So that could have all took 35 minutes or more.
Okay. And then what happened when did somebody go into the store, or did you go through drive-through again?
Drive-through again.
And where are you sitting at this point?
I was sitting in the middle because she was the person that was wet, and so she had a pillow under her.
Got it. So she's sitting on a pillow. The baby is.
Yeah.
Summer. Okay, where's that pillow now? Do you know?
The pillow now?
Yeah, the pillow.
I don't even know. I haven't been up to their house in like over a year, to be honest with you.
No, that's cool.
That was a curveball. Red flag. Red flag. Okay. Because he didn't know how to answer that. And the way he did answer it was, I haven't been up to the house in over a year. Now, that's an interesting response, because in his mind, he's thinking it left where he last saw it and went to the house when they left. Okay. So keep that in mind. That's a red flag, because the moment I asked Candace when I got up on top of the hill there, when I asked her about the pillow, she had an aha moment as well. And you see it in her. Go back and watch that again when you get a chance. I'll break it down later on, over the next couple of days here. But when you see her go, oh, the pillow, okay? Well, that pillow, for some reason, is important for people, okay? Now, and I know that there have been certain things that have been, put around and hanging out there somewhere about the pillow being shown and all that. Well, Candace didn't show me that pillow that day, and I asked her. So maybe they have a prop. I'm not sure.
So from there, where do you guys go?
From there, we go to Sonic.
Where?
Sonic.
Sonic? And what did you get at Sonic?
Slushies. Like a blueberry slushie.
Okay.
She got some purple one. Her mother got an orange one, and Summer got the same blueberry one.
So they bought a slushie at Sonic.
The one down, not by your Walmart, but the other one.
Okay. So now where's that Sonic at?
Fort Henry Drive.
Okay, got it.
Before Walmart.
Okay, so from there, did they eat them there? Did you guys eat them there?
No, we ate them on the way to Priceless.
After Walmart.
Okay, so you eat the slushes all the way to...
Like you, that dog was driving me crazy. But I had to stay focused.
What's it called?
Priceless.
Priceless. Okay, where's that at?
Ask her. I really don't do good with like.
Do you know where that's at, Miss?
It's the one that she goes to by the liquor store.
Okay.
It's down.
It's down before you hit her road.
It's like almost across from J&J Auto.
Okay. And then
No, that's one.
who goes into the store?
Her and her mother again.
Okay, so Candace and her mom go in the store again. And that left you and Summer in the car.
Yeah.
And what are you guys doing?
Just still watching TikToks, listening to music. I mean, just sitting there watching TikToks mainly.
Is she lethargic? Is she
And now add one popper.
do you notice anything unusual about her?
I didn't know. I just seen that her hair was cut. That was it.
Yeah, but when did you notice that, right?
That was like when we first saw her.
Right, when you first, right. I mean, but at that moment, are you noticing anything unusual going down?
Not really.
Okay, when you say not really, what does that mean?
Like, not in general, no.
Yeah, the dog. Say it again.
I said not in general, no. Like, nothing really, but nothing's going on.
Okay. And then what happens from there?
From there, I think they was in the store for an hour, maybe?
Okay. They were in the store for a long time?
Yeah, a little bit long, but not that long.
And what did they get?
So they got groceries for the house. I don't know what all they got. All I seen was what was beside of us, the milks.
Okay. And where did the orange soda come from?
The orange
Next
soda.
to Summer on the seat.
Curveball. The best reaction is I'm looking over because I wanted to see how Allie was going to respond to this. Red flag, look at her eyes when I threw a knuckleball, and watch her look over at me. Watch Candace. This is when we're getting close to some stuff that is not going to make sense. And we're going to get a couple more, I think, some flags coming up here, and one of them is going to be the milk.
The orange soda.
Yeah.
So they got groceries for the house. I don't know what all they got. All I seen was what was beside of us, the milks.
Okay. And where did the orange soda come from?
The orange soda.
Next to Summer on the seat.
The orange soda.
Okay, you see her. She looks over at me, and she then leans back, and she's going to think about an answer. Okay, she's going to have a ciggy. Okay? And let me think about that for a moment. Okay? We used to love that.
Soda. I'm really trying to think on that one. I forgot there was orange soda.
There is an orange soda on the seat in the TikTok video.
TikTok video.
Yeah, and the video that somebody took of her in the car.
There was also Skittles or something, some kind of candy.
No, that was her candy, not mine. I don't eat.
Yeah, whose candy was that?
That was hers. Not the drugstore.
That's when the daughter came up on the porch, and I think she's very young, so I was not going to play that, and I'm still not going to play that part. So that's why you got to fade in there. Okay. But I loved Allie. She's like, yeah, that looks like a knuckleball. See if I can take a swing at it.
But the discount tobacco store.
She bought it there?
Yeah.
And what is that?
I think it's like a Fanta or Orange Crush soda, maybe.
Yeah. And then what about the candy on the seat?
That was her candy. Because her grandma done bought it for her.
Water park.
The Lady Vols.
No,
Okay.
The Vols are like the worst team in the world.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Okay, so from there.
You see, Sandra or the daughter was yelling about, her favorite team, and grandma was telling her to, get out of here. And he said, worst sports team ever when I said Lady Vols. Okay. No disrespect to our Lady Vols out there. Love Tennessee. Love y'all.
Now you have this, they come back to the car. Where's the milk come in?
The milk. Oh, when they had to put everything in the bed of the truck. You know, like the back of the truck. I call it a truck bed because it is a truck bed.
Okay. But there's a picture of Summer leaning against the milk bottles.
Yeah, they put them there. Well, I think I put them there in the middle because there's no room on the other side of me.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, my impression there, kind of like probably everybody else's, this is probably the most difficult part that Hunter may have been struggling with. The milk bottles for him, for some reason, in my opinion, are critical to this case. And I think what he's trying to do is dance around what he really knows about them and how it correlates into his statement to potentially the FBI or TBI. That is my best thought process. And this is why he was fumbling around how the milk bottles got, or the jugs, the milk jugs got repositioned. He is not, he's trying to figure out, I think, and I could be wrong, I think he's trying to figure out, how do I tell him without really telling him? Okay? So I think as we look even further into this and we start thinking about those gallons of milk, let's remember how he responded to this, because I gave him a heads up that, look, this is going to be problematic.
Yeah, I put them there because she was sitting by the window, and then...
Was she sleeping?
No, she wasn't even sleeping at the time.
Okay.
I just set them in the middle because if they were to fall and spill, it would be on me, and I don't feel like cleaning up no truck mess.
Okay. It looks like she's against the door, though, in that picture.
I wasn't there when that picture was took.
Oh, okay. When did they take that picture? Do you know?
I have no
I
idea.
believe the one with the milk jugs was sitting right here in front of my house, because that's exactly how that baby was before they left.
Now, what I would do in this, and I haven't done it yet, but is take that background and see if there's it looks like a wooden fence of some point behind the tailgate of the vehicle in that truck photo, and see if there's anything on Google Earth that can correlate to that neighborhood. So I know a lot of people have that skill set. So, somebody, if you could take a look at that, anybody personally, I think it will give us some reference whether or not that photo was taken right out front there. Because I think that's a key piece of evidence that, they've projected into the narrative.
Okay, well, when you were in the car, where'd they put the milk?
Well, they gave it to me.
They gave it to you?
Not to keep, but
to put it away.
Yeah.
And where did you put it?
I had it sitting on my lap until we got out the car.
Got it.
It sounds like Michelle has pinpointed it. So that's great. That's great. I'd like to know where that's at.
And out here?
Yeah, out here.
Okay.
And she pulled up like your truck now, like where it's at right now.
Right.
But the opposite around.
Got it. So it's facing that way.
Yeah.
And you're getting out on this side. And where do you put the milk?
I set them in the middle because Summer had to... Did she even get out the car or did I? I thought she got out the car too. I don't remember that.
Okay. At some point, how did the milk bottles get on the other side of her? Do you know?
I have no idea then, because she said that she was sleeping on the door. But when I got out the car, she wasn't even at the door. She was in the middle.
Was she sleeping on you?
Nah.
Was she asleep?
I didn't even see her asleep. I just got out the car because she wanted to talk to her.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so everybody at that table is really nervous about that comment. he's not sure if he keeps her in the car or out of the car, with the milk or without the milk, with the photo, not the photo. Meaning he says, I don't know where that photo was taken. So red flag when mom fills that gap in. Okay. And you'll see grandma's reaction there. She's kind of going, don't go that way. And so this whole milk thing and all that interesting stuff on that point alone, okay, is very interesting. I really, don't know, if he knows his order. I've done a little research post this to where, he has the ADHD, and is that a possibility, in relationship to, is he getting his orders wrong, his order of things, but yet he's able to recite the order of the places he went to. So this is above my pay grade, quite frankly. I would ask, if this was my investigation, I would have asked and would be asking a bunch of experts to weigh in on this part of the interview. His responses, his reactions. I'm chalking it up right now as this is information that is close to the vest at the investigation, and he has already spilled the beans. And so that's what I'm leaning towards currently, even to this day, 5 months, 6 months later almost. And this is, where I'm thinking about the melt. Okay? Now, everything else, there's red flags in there, but, the Andy thing, all the other stuff that he's going to say here in a couple of minutes, and then, we'll be, all of that, right? We'll be able to figure, some of those pieces out as we go along. And I have a lot more insight into, that now 5 months later, for me, and hopefully you all do as well, that, a lot of things are starting to fall into place. Okay.
About that thing for that Friday, the water park.
Got it. But where's Summer?
She was still in the middle. I wasn't really paying attention to her, to be honest.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, that's cool.
I wasn't even paying attention at that point. I just wanted to go inside.
That was a total deflective behavior by mom. This is a Leslie move for the Walmart. Okay, that grabbing that piece of trash there from it was from Domino's Pizza. It was Hershey bars, those little pizza things that they put chocolate on. They wanted those, so that's what that was.
Just wanted my girl to come over for a little bit. That's
Sure.
the whole point.
Is Summer hurt by this point, you think, from the water?
So. I mean, she could have been. I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to her.
No, I get that.
What are they riding by for?
Who's that?
Ashley and them.
Somebody else, yeah. So, then what happens when you get out of the car?
When I get out the car? When I get out the car, I go to the front because she had to hand me that other vape that she gave me.
Got it.
And then I showed mom at that door.
Okay.
And that was it.
Okay. And this is when you saw Summer in the back. How did the milk get rearranged?
I have no idea.
So,
I mean, I could have said I'm there when I got out the car.
That's fine.
But I'm telling you now, I really don't remember anything but talking to her.
Got it.
At that point.
No problem. What do you think, Miss Allison?
That's what I would call the curly shuffle. Okay. We're getting into specifics here. So I know I was getting into the pulse and into the vein here just by the way he answered that question. So that's an area I would suggest that people take a hard look at. And I think there's a lot more clues in that one.
How's that milk get rearranged?
I don't know, that milk was there when they pulled up like that.
Okay, but Hunter had the milk in the middle.
In the middle.
And so now the milk's on the other side of Summer. How does that happen?
I don't know.
I don't either, and that's why I'm asking.
I don't even remember how I got out the car. That's the funny part.
That's fine. That's
I
fine.
thought I was totally sitting in the middle the entire time, but I guess not.
Now, did Candace then?
Okay, so this is the part where the car milk scenario is critical. Okay? And all of this about getting in the car, out of the car, he now says, well, I don't really know how I got out of the car. Okay? So I'm going to put a bingo card of 500 that they're paying close attention. They're paying very close attention to those statements. And that's probably why they came back to clarify them, one part of it, okay, in relationship to if that photo was in play during those interviews.
Let's fast forward. We'll come back to that later.
So I took him away from it, but because he was feeling uncomfortable discussing it, because I think he wasn't wanting to say exactly in his, from my perspective, sitting there.
There's going to be a lot of questions about that, though. I'll give you a heads up, okay? A lot of folks are going to ask about, well, how'd that happen, okay? Yeah. So I'm just giving you, a heads up on that, okay? Just so you know, okay?
Got you.
Now, I said that 4 or 5 times, just letting them know, okay? And I see that Michelle After Dark has where the vehicle is. Yep. She's got some pretty good insight. I really like her.
Now, straight up though, from there now, you're here. When's the next time Candace contacts you?
Around 7:30 that day.
That night. And where were you at that time?
I was over at the park in Bristol with my girl.
Hanging out with your girlfriend? Okay, and what happens? Tell me about that.
So she called me saying that somewhere's missing.
Okay.
I thought she's pulling a leg because she's known to do that.
Okay, why would she mess around with her daughter missing though? What struck you about that?
I mean, it's just, we explain how she does when she gets drunk.
This was pre, fake phone call to Mary. This is pre, all the 5150 stuff we've seen. Throw 5150 up in the chat. That means craziness. And all of this, that's he's saying here is just kind of like, she's like that. Okay. Well, I didn't know, none of us knew that at this point until it started leaking out. Right. And so he's qualifying that by telling his mom, hey, you explain it because, you talk to her all the time. And it's interesting that her behavioral patterns are most functioning in the evening time where she gets, Don tells us every single night Candace is hitting that bong, right? She's getting high. And then we see all of the majority of her pranks, the majority of all of the things that where she starts to unwind, happen in the evening. Okay. So it's almost like this is, a common behavior that is habitual in nature at this point now. Well, the flare gun has nothing to do with Candace. Okay. And if you had people hanging down, whatever. Okay. I'm not even going to touch that. The point being, okay, for her, she makes her phone calls at night the majority of the times. She's jumping up on doing craziness. So for Hunter just to say, well, okay, well, that goes towards the day she was missing. Later on in the evening or that night when when she calls him at night, okay, and says it's thinks it's a prank. She's pranking him. Okay? Well, we know she does that. So, I mean, we have proof of it.
She tends to, when she gets drunk and high at the same time,
Yep.
she tends to think that she loses the kids, but they're out front in the yard. That's what I was thinking.
Got it. So this is something that's happened in the past?
No, well, she hasn't went missing. It's just that she got high and drunk and forgot that Summer was outside.
Got it. Straight up. What does she tell you?
She was like, Summer's missing. So I was just like, okay, well, why don't you just go look outside? She says, I have been, she ain't there. I said, well, call Allie then, because I don't know if she's still pulling a leg. Because if I tell her to call Allie, she'll call me back, and then I'll call Mom and be like, did she tell you this, or was she just messing around?
Got it. So you call your mom?
Yeah, I call her on Facebook after she picks up.
And gave her a heads up that
Candace was gonna call.
Candace going to call her and tell her that Summer's missing. Straight up. So at that point, does she call you again? Just that night?
Nah, she called me the next day saying that she's sitting in the police station.
She's sitting in the police station?
Yeah.
And what does she say about that?
She says they want to do another polygraph test on me.
Another polygraph test?
Yeah.
How many polygraph tests did they do that you know of?
I just know 2.
2?
Yeah.
And how did she do on those polygraphs? Did she tell you?
She did not tell me. She just said she had to do that, and I just ignored her the rest of the time.
Okay.
Because they told me not to even get contact of her.
Got it. The police told you don't contact her.
No, the TBI told me.
TBI, don't contact her.
Well, it's some funny crap how they tell me. I'm not dissing them or nothing. I'm just saying how they tell me that I'm going to get my phone that Monday afternoon, and it's been almost 2 months straight now.
Okay.
Month. It's been a month. Hasn't it?
Okay. Well, they're just trying to line up your...
So he says they took his phone, and Grandma just said it's been a month. So we know that his phone was put into evidence right from the get-go.
story.
I understand that.
And that's important, right? I mean, you know that.
Yeah, it's just that
For Summer.
I gave them all the proof that would line up the story.
I totally agree. Okay, but at the same time, the investigation's fluid.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know where your heart is for Summer, and so as a result of that, you know, they're going to hold on to that phone and they're going to connect all those dots, and that's the right thing to do, right? Would you agree with that? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that said, now she contacts you again, says she's at the police station, has to take another polygraph.
And then she shows up the next day.
The next day she shows up where?
Here, does she not?
Well, let's see, you were interviewed by TBI on Wednesday. She came here Thursday.
So 2 days after or a day after?
2 days after.
And then what happened when she got here?
She got here, she was like telling me how she talked to them and was like, don't mention about the alcohol, but I don't mention.
Did she say what she told them?
No, but she started asking me. I just told them what happened on the timeline.
And what did she say?
She said, okay, that better be it. I said, you didn't even scare me.
Well, why would she try to scare you?
That's what I'm saying. Why was she trying to even ask questions about it?
What's your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is that she had something to do with it. But then when all this happened, she just wanted the money in the end, because I'm not going to say names, but one of Red's friends, my girlfriend's mother's friends, was on.
Karen, let's see, Karen Campbell. Actually, I had interviewed them about 3 weeks after the event here. This is the 21st. So this isn't the day of. That's when I posted it. But thank you.
Beach Creek just riding around, and she seen as soon as someone posted it.
And guys, trust me, that popper is driving me nuts. So if it's driving you nuts, try sitting next to it. At least we all get to suffer together.
$25,000 reward. She's seen her car, Candace's car, zooming down the road to the Hawkins County Police Station.
So what? What does that mean?
I mean, she supposedly the next day they gave, it was on Facebook that it was a tip.
Got it.
I was gonna say, if that was my daughter, I would have everything to do with it. I wouldn't be sitting at the house trying to get money, trying to just collect dust. I'm gonna be sitting there doing everything in my power.
What do you think happened to Summer?
To be honest with you, her grandma was out of her mind. Like,
Okay, so let's listen to this. This is critical. Okay. Direct question. What do you think happened to Summer? He's going to give us a couple of his impressions. Okay. And then the curveball, right? The knuckleball is, what do you think should happen? He answers it right out. Go compare and contrast to the phone call I made, to the phone call I had with Don and his response to that question. Okay. Now, he's adapted and improvised since that time, as we projected that he would. Okay. But listen carefully how he answers that question on Don, and now listen carefully how Hunter answers this question.
you guys, them. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying they have to be in the camera.
Understand.
But I'm saying you can ask them that her mother's usually grumpy, controlling, like a regular grandma, like her. I'm not trying to be mean. But you know how grandmas can be, like grumpy, controlling, trying to run everything.
What do you think should happen to the person that did this to Summer?
Person that did this,
Yeah.
they should be locked up for a very long time.
Why do you say that?
Because I was like, that's like my little sister. And I say that because she's just not the type of girl to go from the swing that's up there.
Okay. Is there anything that I haven't asked you that you think is important that you would want to tell, to get your side of the story out here?
I mean, I would say this, but I don't care if the camera's on or not.
No,
I mean,
the camera's on.
I don't really care, to be honest, with the camera. But, so that day she came, right? The second time?
Mm-hmm.
After all that,
Is this where the stuff is tonight, or where is it at?
it's right there. It's right there.
It's all over with.
Saying,
I was saying that the second...
Where is it?
But just literally cut your phone off all the way.
In front of mine.
Cut your phone off all the way so we have no interruptions. Anyways, beyond that, the second day she came, she went to the car either to grab something or something, but I grabbed her phone because I wanted to see if she had anything to hide. Like you said, I'm street smart, I'm very observant.
yes, you are.
Like, I would notice anything, like, you wouldn't even have to tell me, I still notice the mic on you.
Right. No, I respect that.
It's just how I am. It's just, if you're gonna leave something on the table, and I know that you probably got something to hide because of the way you're acting,
Yep.
and the way you call me, of course I'm gonna look through your phone.
Sure.
So she goes through her car, goes on the other side. I act like I'm grabbing my phone because they're just about the same.
Right. So you play it like.
So I put mine where hers was.
Got it.
And so I grabbed her phone. And see, I'm good with tech. I know where everything you can hide is. And so I went through her Google Photos, if that's what you want to call it.
Okay.
The gallery part.
Okay.
And so where you can delete things, they don't just delete, they go to your trash. I don't know if people know that or not, but they go to your trash.
Okay.
I know that because I mess around with tech every day.
Right. You need to go into IT, bro. Right there. Go ahead.
And so when I looked in there, I seen 13 messages between her and her drug, I'm gonna say drug dealer because he is, Andy. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to name his name.
Okay. This is a qualifier. A couple of things going on here. One, he says he sees 13 messages. And then he qualifies it. I'm not sure if I should mention names. Okay. But it's her drug dealer. Goes by the name of Andy. Something to that effect. Let's listen to it again.
But message of what she said. And see, I'm good with tech. I know where everything you can hide is. And so I went through her Google Photos, if that's what you want to call it.
Okay.
The gallery part.
Okay.
And so where you can delete things, they don't just delete, they go to your trash. I don't know if people know that or not, but they go to your trash.
Okay.
Okay, if he's setting up, I want to just also stop here because this is critical. Okay? If he's setting up this person that he's going to mention, okay, it's pretty sophisticated for a 15-year-old who's already been interviewed at least three times, probably more, by FBI and TBI. TBI's told him, you can't do anything, keep your mouth shut. They have his phone. Okay. You can bet they have all of those text messages. Okay. So for him to go out there and drop this name the way he's doing it, okay, you can bet that this person, whoever this Andy is, if it's her drug dealer, if it's the guy allegedly from Don Sang's up on the property, if he's part of some large conspiracy here with everybody, okay, you can bet they have figured it out. Because all of this information, just this in of itself, and this is why early on, 5 months ago, I knocked this name off. I wanted to see where that name would go. And here we are out of the blue today, almost 6 months later, thereabout, or past 6 months, but 5 and 6 months when I spoke to him. That name's being defended. Why? Why? So whoever this Andy is, and if it's not the neighbor or if it's not his dad, that's for sure. So take that off of the board. Put the X on that one at the board. It's not his father, folks. Okay. And he says it's some guy who's a dope dealer. So whoever A is, or Andy, because it's not Andrew, it's not Tony, okay? It's some guy named Andy. Whoever this person is, if you're that guy, I suggest you call TBI. And I suggest, you let them know. We hear about, folks being at work, there's video, there's that. Well, Andy, come out and tell us. I'll have you up on the show. Love to talk to you about it. Okay. So rather than throw Hunter under the bus, let's try to figure out who this H is, or who this Andy is.
I know that because I mess around with tech every day.
Right. You need to go into IT, bro. Right there. Go ahead.
And so when I looked in there, I seen 13 messages between her and her I'm going to say drug dealer because he is Andy. I mean, I don't know.
I'm going to say drug dealer because he is Andy. Okay. And then he says,
I don't know if I'm allowed to name his name, but
I'm not allowed to, know meaning should I say his name? Well, too late. I already said it. Now, does that come from when a 15-year-old says, I'm not allowed to say his name? Does that become, in my experience as an investigator, I would lean over and say, look, I can't tell you what to say, okay, but please don't say anything about this. Okay. I caught that from a PD side immediately, having spent 13 years in homicide. I've made statements like that before. Okay. And it's not Randy, it's Andy. I sat there and heard it. Okay.
But yeah, all I seen was the first message before she started walking up to the mailbox to get up here is that it was done, and I was gonna read the next message of what she said. And she just started running up here, and I had literally just slid my phone in my pocket and just put hers there. It's like she asked me if I went through her phone. I said no. Why? Because I cleared it all out before she can get up here.
Did you tell TBI all this?
Yeah, I told her.
Okay.
The second time.
And they told you to keep it quiet on
No,
this piece?
They didn't tell me to really keep anything quiet.
Okay.
It's just that I'm not allowed to go on like lives without her, like international television.
Right. Okay. Yeah, don't lie.
It's
Don't
not
lie.
mine. It's not
No,
my permission.
Yeah, no,
it's
straight up.
hers.
You don't want that, Hunter, right? Because
Yeah.
then everybody's going to put they're going to put a lot on you. You know what I mean? You don't want that. So what was your gut feeling when you read that it's done?
My gut feeling was that either they had something to do with it.
Who's
or
they?
Her and Andy.
Okay.
Or it was all of them together, like every single one of them in a family.
Where do you think Don was at work that day?
From what I've heard from the TBI, he was not at work.
No, I'm not talking about from TBI, what you know.
But what I know is that I thought he was at work because I used to work with him. I ain't gonna lie, I used to work with him on houses.
Okay, and what did TBI tell you then at that point?
Well, I was like, I asked him if he was at work.
And what they say?
They said that the people there did not clarify that.
Okay, so they didn't verify it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't mean he wasn't. They just didn't verify it, right? Potentially.
No, they called up and asked us if he was
Why
there.
would they
He
want to
said he
hurt
wasn't
Summer?
outside. I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. A couple of things real fast. Looking at mom's reaction, she's not reacting, right? That could be because she sat in on multiple interviews with the FBI and TBI, and she's already heard this story. Okay? Or she doesn't care. Okay? She's just tuned out. Yeah, well, that's a good point, Gemini. Okay. Well, that doesn't mean it's not true, because she has already sat in interviews with this kid. Okay? And who that is, we don't know. We just don't know. But I'm sure he'll call, and I'll be able to talk to him at length. Okay? So with that said, I'm going to jump over to Josh at the lab, and I hope you folks will follow me over there, because we're going to talk about a behind-the-scenes call we had with JS, and we're going to break that down too. So you guys have a good evening. I want to let you know we're always grateful. I'm going to get into the other situation with the water hole, the house, and if we can jump over, to Josh, because we were on the call together, and we're going to talk about that. I know it's a late night, but I just think it's important right now to have this conversation. So I'll see you over there, and are you ready to go to Hawaii? Thank you guys so much for being here. Please sub if you haven't. Also hit that like button, hit the bell so you remember to get notifications, and please forgive me for this taking 4 hours. I only thought it would take a couple hours, but go figure, right? But I got a lot more coming. We're going to break down some of the other interviews, and I've got other things that we're going to connect some dots. So see you over there. Guys, let's go to Hawaii.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts, wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah, make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away, you and me, go to our favorite place. Feeling the sun on away. Yeah, we're taking away. Don't hesitate now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down. We're going